Yeah, that's the cue. You can.
Okay, perfect. Well, um, my name is Angela Bundis, and I'm going to present my reflection about the results of using computational science tools in social science. I really think these reflections goes beyond my own specific phenomena, that is socio-digital community around frayed graffiti in North America, and actually can be used in any graffiti study or even in social science studies. This presentation is a theoretical reflection about these implications, but relies heavily in empirical work. The first step was a qualitative approach to the phenomena in a small train yard, in a place called San Juan de Ocotan in Guadalajara. Well, in Zapopan, but in this metropolitan area. In this place, we made in-depth interviews, ethnographies. We also made a controversy map from the Latour's perspective. And from that empirical research, the interest of approaching the digital side of the phenomena was born. The main question here was, can we merge all these different data? So we went from reality to abstraction, from qualitative approach to build categories, concepts, and a study object. But first, I think it's important to define in a really fast way how social science object of study is built. This is important because we are going to talk about this concept a lot. Besides, I decided to show this information in code syntax because there's a similarity between the object study and the objects in programming perspective. I invite you to think the concept object in general as a box with some inputs and outputs. In this particular case, we build the object of study with these inputs. As a discipline, we take computational social science and communication studies. As authors of theory, we take J.B. Thompson and Fernando Figueroa. In methodology, we take mixed methods that comes from qualitative to quantitative. And as a phenomena, we take the frayed graffiti in North America. Okay, we take all this stuff and put it together, and then we have a study object. But it's not that easy. So in this slide, we can see in code how we can build and how we can see this working box inside. It's not a magic box. We can and we have to choose how this box works. In this specific case, we have theory and methodology and build a framework. And then we apply that framework to the phenomena. And this function will return to us a framework filtered data. Framework filtered data is actually the goal of science at all. You know, it's the translation of the world phenomena through scientific perspectives. And I think that's the main purpose that brings us together this day. At the end, I'm not here to give some theory or methodology class, but I do ask everyone to think of how we build from a really abstract concept an operational box made of inputs. And in this case, the box returns one specific output. So please be adventurous and keep thinking inside the box. We can see here the application of this really simple framework. The shadow of the framework is the scope of the analysis. In this case, a geographical one. And as a result, we get data from some specific tools of revelation. And now we can move and define what are the computational social sciences. If we ask ChatGPT, because why wouldn't we? Computational social science is an interdisciplinary field that combines computer science, statistical modeling, and social science methodologies to study social phenomena and human behavior using computational tools and techniques. And that's a really broad answer. But if we ask Lindgren, he will answer that his perspective has one strong theoretical posture. It's looking forward to use robust theoretical frameworks, and this doesn't exclude contemporary ones. It's not only classic frameworks, only classic theories. We can think in Durkheim, Weber, or Marx, but we can include some contemporary ones, like this one I'm using, J.B. Thompson. We can use Castells, Bruno Latour, or even Scolari, because they are so big, the build of concepts. Also, these concept frameworks should be flexible, open, and hackable. This disciplinary perspective use specific tools from the computation worlds. And he argues that the phenomena we have to analyze has to be datafied only. And in this point, I don't really agree. As summary, his conception of CSS is really simple. Uses interpretative sociology to approach datafied society using computational analysis. To this definition, we should add the Lasers one, who says that now we have the capacity to collect and analyze data with unprecedented depth and scale. And that sounds exciting, but is this true? The first implication of using this perspective is that we start thinking theory as an object-oriented programming project. And here is the deal. What about thinking this big box we call theory made of smaller ones that we can call concepts? These smaller boxes also have inputs and outputs, and as a result of all of them, or maybe a bunch only, but working together, we have a running theory, a running framework. Methodology works the same, a big box made of smaller ones. And I really think Jack the Ripper will love this perspective. He will say, let's go by parts. And that's the way we're gonna do it. This is a map for the really big framework of J.B. Thompson mass media communication theory. It's really big. Even though the tool parts are missing, he actually proposed that deep hermeneutics as methodology. Thompson is really clever to propose these modular frameworks in the 90s. He knows that making an exhaustive study of every part of his framework is impossible, but he offers concepts that link together will deliver and believes in collaboratory work. What about some guys working in symbolic forms and others that working the interaction field, but with the same objects, with the same concepts, the same data format and open source? Wouldn't that be great? Isn't that science at all? It's not the purpose that gathered us here together. For this presentation, I'm going to use a really small concept from J.B. Thompson called systemic elements. He proposed that systemic elements are part of the symbolic forms that goes beyond socio-historical context and stay in the core of the symbolic form. In this example, we can compare Kiselak, the famous Austrian traveler and writer with the pichacao in Brazil, and the hashtags used by the writers in Instagram. In these three cases, there are common systemic elements, but the most important is the name as a form of broadcasting their own existence, but in different technical mediums and interaction fields. In this scenario, we'll find the answer in the triad of self-annunciation of Fernando Figueroa. And we will link between theories with data, because both are boxes within boxes, and the only way to make these both boxes talk each other is with data. We will talk about the triad later. For now, let's think in the second implication. Data it's the glue that keep this building together. The potential of this perspective is in merging data sets from different parts of the framework or even different frameworks. Let's think in data as blood transfers. If this blood is modular, exchangeable, and open, we can use it, fork it, and contribute to it. Contribute to it. As I said before, we're going to use Figueroa's triad of self-annunciation. There's a deep discussion from this concept, but in this case, we're going to use it like an operational classification box. We're going to take the hashtags and put it in one of these categories. Communalities will be the graffiti writers' communal identity group hashtags. Geographies are those that make references to places where the writers or their pieces have been, the famous "I was here." And entities are the writer's signs, the writer's names, and crews. This is a post made by Afek, a Mexican writer, and you can see the hashtag that he used. There's a strong belief that computational tools will do everything, and that's really wrong. And it's wronger in social science research. This is a really quick example. We're going to take the caption and processes through SPICY and using the named entity recognition technique. That's the tool we use in these cases. And this tool will look for people, organizations, and places among other entities. But in this case, it doesn't work at all. This is a very technical and boring stuff. So the main point here is we split the captions in hashtags, and then we split the hashtags in words or terms. Then we use two techniques to classify these terms or words. For communalities and geographies, we will look for the term in a custom dictionary or a list of words made of glossary of graffiti and railroad for each, and a list of all the cities in North America for geographies. And for entities, we will do just the opposite. If the term is not in the list of all the known words in English and Spanish, and also this word, we can find the word graffiti inside the caption, we will mark it as an entity. To classify if is this a writer or a crew, we will see the length of the word. Smaller words may be acronyms, and there will be crew names. Longer names will be tags or marked as graffiti writer's name. This is an example of an individual post and the inference we obtained. While this is interesting, it becomes worth of analysis when we expand the scope of, right? And in this case, we start analyzing the collocation of the hashtags inside multiple posts published under the same umbrella, under the same mining process. For example, in this case, we have the term art that is part of the glossary of graffiti, but also it's part of several hashtags that appears in this hypertextual conversation. So, and that's the really important thing here, is that we went from symbolic form analysis, just one post, even one hashtag, to a wider one. Maybe the interaction field analysis with the same data going through another box, another tool of revelation, another part of the framework, another concept. That's what I'm talking when I say data flow is the glue of this building. We'll have to go back and close the easy peasy AI stuff because that's the third implication. There's no ready-made models. We have to make them. And models have to look for anything we ask them to do, not backwards. And when I say we, I'm talking about all of us, because that's the purpose of making this kind of tools, make them open and collaboratory, and that they can achieve different process and interests. This is other machine learning model In this one, we will read image and look for objects. On the left side, we have the Google made of thousands of images and that can classify 600 different labels. And the right is that one I made myself that is looking for types of graffiti. We will look for pieces, throw-ups, tags, monikers, 3Ds, or even characters. In this example, we'll see the model inference, and it's really accurate. We have two wild styles in this in this inference, but in this, the model isn't sure if it's a piece or a throw-up, so it marked the graffiti as both. And we gotta ask, is the machine wrong? In this case, I don't think that the machine is really wrong. The intervention could and may be just in the middle. And in these cases, we talk about fuzzy logic, in cases where there's no binary responses. And let's be real, life it's complex, never is black or white. And even in this case, graffiti writers have their own names for these kind of interventions. Here in Mexico, they call them bombipieza, half bomb, half piece, just like this inference. So the number 4 implication of CSS, there's nothing wrong with not right. Let's keep it fuzzy, but not too fuzzy, because we can rely on the neighbors. If we cluster, if you cluster, you will have reliable insights. In this case, the model delivered trusty data because the images inference match with the hashtags used for the users of their posts in order to classify them. We can see this moniker founded by the inference model, the model I deployed, and in the hashtags conversations is just between all these blue dots we call nodes that belong to monikers conversations too. And this is kind of how the models, the neuronal networks models looks inside. They have weights, they have points, they choose between the closest one. So we can rely on this kind of inference when they come social, when they become wider. The last and most important implication is the use of relational database and their queries. This is the color code I use for my data visualization. The real thing here is data sets are heavily linked together, and there's not only one way to query this database. So let's think in data as a house. Okay, and this we have to query that house. We have to take something from that house. And we have these doors, and some steps later, we can add an alley. At the end, we have a small path from the street to whatever room is inside with different alleys of different paths. That's a SQL query. The beauty of relational database is that this path can change, overlap, merge, filter, or cut in real time. So I know it may be confusing, but on plain English, we go from posts on Instagram to a SQL database with chunks, taking off chunks of text and numbers inside a really big Excel table with columns and rows. And from there, we retrieve this information, filter it for the specific seed nodes. In this specific case, obviously, we can filter them if we want using only the Instagram publications, the number of likes, the number of comments, the kind of graffiti that appears in the images, anything inside these columns. And after, we can take off or use independently each of the model inferences. If we want, we can even merge between different networks if the computer we're using can handle it. So
I don't know if you are already
final,
moving for the conclusion. Is the final conclusion?
This is my final slide. So we have this Implications, that's the resume, the summary. Think social science from an object-oriented perspective. Data flow is the glue between framework objects, concepts, methods, and data. There's no ready-made models. We have to make them together. There's nothing wrong with wrong and fuzzy logic. And relational database offers a ground to infinite data sets, and queries are just different doors to different approaches. And that will be it. Thank you for listening. And I hope you find this presentation
Thank you so much.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very dense and but very meaningful and touching many points that we have been talking during this previous day and today in the morning. So thank you so much for that. I don't know if there is any question at this point. I think we should gather some more presentations and then move for a conversation. So without further ado, Gert, I think it's your turn. I don't know if you want like in a short moment to present your profile, or why are you presenting here, and then your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you see my presentation, Pedro?
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Pedro, for the invitation. So yes, my name is Geert Verhoeven. I'm a Vienna-based archaeologist and the project leader of Project Indigo. And what I would like to do in the next 20 minutes is give an overview of Project Indigo, what we have achieved in the past 2 years. And this overview will be in terms of numbers, so it will be a quantifiable overview to stay in line with the theme of the conference. So everything that we do in Project Indigo is more or less based on the observation that graffiti is a kind of unique, complex and short-lived but socially relevant cultural heritage. So we want to do something with this. And that's why in September 2021, we launched Project Indigo. And Indigo is an acronym which stands for Inventory and Disseminate Graffiti Along the Donau Canal. Now, the first part of the acronym tells you what the project is about. We want to inventory and disseminate graffiti. The last part tells you where we want to do this, the Donau Canal in Vienna in Austria. Why we want to do this is to digitally preserve on the one hand, but also allow researchers to analyze this very vast graffiti scape. And who is involved? This is an, let's say, a combination of different Austrian and one Spanish institute. And funding for this whole project came from the Austrian Academy of Sciences, ÖAW in German. And they launched in 2020 the Heritage Science Austria program, for which we applied. And in the end, 6 or 7 projects got project money. So we were funded by around 580,000 euro for 2 years. And this money covers more or less, let's say, the salary of 4 to 5, depending on the time in the project, full-time researchers. Now, how are we going about this? If you look at the acronym, you see inventory, disseminate. So in total, we have set ourselves four goals, which is to document and to archive graffiti, to disseminate it, and then also allow other people to analyze it. And to fulfill these goals, we have established 4 so-called research pillars. So the creation of graffiti is not something we are dealing with. We do everything that comes afterwards. So we acquire photographs, we process them, we manage them, we disseminate them, and this is hopefully leading them to analysis by ourselves and by other scholars in the field. So what I would like to do in the next couple of minutes is go over each of these 5 different research pillars and talk a little bit about the stuff that we have been doing in the past 2 years. So let's start with acquisition. And to situate the whole project, so I told before, we are situated in Vienna, which is the capital city of Austria, which is located in Central Europe. And at the center of Vienna, there is a very large canal, the so-called Danube Channel, which is a side arm of the Danube. And if I plot the bridges, or 2 of the bridges in between which we do the project, we would have the Friedensbrücke, or the Bridge of Peace in the top, and the bridge that connects roads, the Verbindungsbahnbrücke, in the very south. And if we would just go along the Donau Canal in the center, this would mean that we have about 3.3 kilometers of distance to cover. However, the distance we cover is a little bit, let's say, more extended because the surfaces we cover are a little bit more separated than just, let's say, a central wall in the center of the Donau Canal, of course. So not only do we have a left and a right bank, but you also see here that we have a walking surface in the middle, and above this walking surface, we have quite a lot of graffiti, but we also have graffiti below the walking surface, so just above the water. And both need their own documentation approach. So that's why we separated those. So we can also divide left and right and up and down. So just to give you some numbers, on the upper part on the left bank is about 3 kilometers, and on the right bank it's about 5.3 kilometers if you count all the uninterrupted surfaces. And down it's 2.1 and 2.3 kilometers. So in total, Project Indigo covers more or less almost 13 kilometers of uninterrupted graffiti surfaces. Now, of this 13 kilometers, a little bit less than 300 meters are legal. So all the rest are illegal surfaces. And when the project started in September 2021, the idea was to first exhaustively cover, so photograph everything and keep this as a starting point for the rest of the project. And you see here that the total coverage was a little bit longer than the final project area, simply because we also used this total coverage to then further narrow down our final research area. So in total, we covered about 14 kilometers at the end of September, beginning of October in 2021. So how did this work? At the end of September, the water level was rather low, so we used a camera with a bit of a tele lens to photograph the opposite bank so that we have the parts of the graffiti above the water. And at the end of August, we used another camera with a wide angle lens to photograph the graffiti on the same side of the bank we were walking, as you see here. So in the end, this accumulation of photographs turned out to be around 26.7 thousand, so almost 27,000 photographs. And these photographs have then to be processed into an enormous 3D model of our research zone. However, to make sure that all these photographs are, let's say, millimeter or centimeter accurately positioned in the Austrian coordinate reference system, we also need ground control points. And to that end, we have established 21 total station positions along the whole research zone. And from every total station position, we measured about 30 points. And of course, we cannot paste targets on these walls because these would be overpainted. So what we did is we looked for remarkable points or points that we could easily mark, even if they would be oversprayed. So in total, we measured 624 points with millimeter accurate coordinates along this whole Danube channel. And then taking all these points and all these photographs, we turned to photogrammetric software, which is software that mainly uses, let's say, algorithms to look for identical points between images. So here you see a couple of images, and the blue lines are the points which the software knows are accurately tying the images together. The red lines are the points which the software thought initially they could tie, but afterwards, let's say, rejected them. So we see that even though the scale and the orientation of images are very different, the software can still tie these images together. And from tying all these images together and using the ground control points, so the total station points, we can orient or position all 27,000 images with centimeter accuracy in the real world coordinate reference system. So what you see here in blue are these 27,000 photographs, and the points are the points that the software extracted from the images. Now, this entire image network of 27,000 images is for us, or let's say, fulfills three purposes. First of all, it allows us to make a very nice, closed, dense mesh model of the whole surface, or let's say, research area. So here you see an example. So we have a complete mesh, so a watertight surface of the entire surface research area. It also documents the graffiti status quo. So at the beginning of the project, this is the point from where we start, and the whole Donau Canal was photographed. So it's the status quo from which we start. And also it helps to position new images, something I will cover in a few minutes. Now, after this total coverage, we started then to photograph new graffiti, and this goes on a, let's say, weekly basis. Sometimes it's every 4 to 5 days. Mainly we monitor graffiti over Instagram, and we have a kind of monitoring app to do this. And using this, we have two photographers, one main photographer, and then a photographer which is, let's say, on standby to do all the photography of of all the new graffiti that appears along the Donau Canal. We have 2 cameras, 2 spectrometers, and 2 tablets, which are identically programmed. So whoever is taking out whatever set of camera, spectrometer, and tablet, everybody will take the same type of data because everything is identically programmed. And we have a fixed acquisition procedure to allow these images to be turned into accurate georeferenced 3D models of every single graffito that we photograph. I don't want to go into details into this procedure. Here you see kind of flow chart and the hardware on which it relies, and then the products which are generated and the purpose they fulfill. So in general, we can say that whenever we have a new graffito, we photograph a color checker, and we have also a spectral measurement to make sure that we can afterwards compute accurate colors. Then we take an overview photograph on which we then use to create a polygon, something I will also detail a bit later. And then we take 5 to 10 or 15 images from which we can then compute a final 3D model of every single graffito that we create. And then the next graffito is again the same procedure, so we can separate them by color checker because the workflow is always identical. Now, the positioning of these new images relies very much on position. This is something also I will detail a little bit later. So we used initially our own GPSs on the camera, but these are only 2 to 3 meter accurate at the best case. So what we did now is we looked at the market for open source components, and we created our own GPS system, which is RTK, which stands for real-time kinematic, which means we get a real-time correction signal, giving us for every single photograph coordinates that are 2 to 3 centimeters accurate. And all the settings of this device are steered over our tablet or over our smartphone. So to give some numbers, because to stay in the theme of the conference, right? How many photographs did we collect so far? So we had 2 total coverages, the one that I just explained, and one a year later. So we do total coverage, or we try to do once per year. In the first total coverage, we had about 27,000 photographs. And the second one, we did even more detailed photographs. So we ended up with 42,000 photographs for a very detailed 3D model of the entire research zone. We had so far, since the first total coverage a year and a half ago, 96 follow-up photography tours. And in total, this leads to about 88,000 photographs so far. So I would say that the acquisition part is the most established one and the one that is really going forward without much intervention. All the other steps, processing, management, dissemination, there is still more research going on, although we are almost at the end of the project. Many of the other research pillars are still unfinished at this moment. So let's just give a few words about the processing. So let's say that these blue images are the images of the total coverage zone. Using our photogrammetric approach and also our device, which can very accurately locate cameras, which allows us to, let's say, compute photogrammetric solutions much faster. We can easily add photographs that were taken a day later, a week later, and so forth and so forth. And then at that moment, we could also say we texture this 3D model with the photographs of that specific day that we were photographing. So we can make 3D models, texture them, and all these photographs are all have all, let's say, millimeter accurate coordinates. So they are all correctly positioned and rotated in space. Now, to do this, we rely on the photogrammetric package Metashape, but Metashape does not allow the automation that we would like. And to have the automation that we would like, for instance, taking this very accurate coordinates into account, we developed our own add-on toolbox for Metashape, which we called Autograph. For automated orthophoto rectification of graffiti images. So the idea with Autograph is that we use Metashape. Let's say it's a toolbox, a Python toolbox in Metashape, to add a lot of automation. This toolbox is completely for free available on our GitHub website, because everything we do in Indigo is open source. And the end result of Autograph is not this 3D model or the texture 3D model. The output of Autograph are orthophotographs. And to explain you this, here on the lower part of the slide, you see a photograph, but what we would like to end up with is a photograph like this. So compare the one that we initially take and the end result. So in this end result, this orthophotograph, all perspective, camera, lens, geometric distortions are removed. Every single pixel has accurate, millimeter accurate 3D coordinates. So you can measure on this photograph. You can check what the area is of this graffito. And this we do for every single of these 10,000s of graffiti that we have photographed so far. turn them into millimeter accurate orthophotographs. But not only this, we don't also want to have the pixels accurate coordinates, we also want to have them accurate colors. And to do this, we use a lot of, we use, of course, raw photography, and then we process these images with our other toolbox that we created, which is a free Python toolbox called CoolPy, also available on our Indigo website or via our GitHub website. And the idea is here to process digital photographs into color accurate digital photograph, leveraging the spectrometer measurements and the color checker, and so that we have taken in our entire workflow. Then the third free software package that we are using or that we developed is Graphies, which is a software package that leverages the IPTC, or the International Press and Telecommunication Council metadata, to store metadata in photographs for specific image regions. So very often we want to describe only a part of a photograph, and this is very hard, but the IPTC, which is one of the main metadata standards in photography, and in Indigo we try to use all possible metadata standards, or let's say at least adhere to them. We developed our own tool that uses this metadata standard, so we can indicate a polygon into a photograph and then also attach specific metadata to that polygon. Also, this is freely available on our GitHub website. So to give you some of the ideas what we are currently working on, we are currently working on combining these tools. So for instance, you see here this photograph. Using Graphics, we can make then a polygon and attach all the metadata to this. Once we have done this on the overview photograph, that's why we take an overview photograph, we can go to Autograph, where we create the 3D mesh, where we can texture it, and where we can now use the polygon, which was only having pixel coordinates, so 2D pixel coordinates, we can project it in 3D, so it has accurate, millimeter accurate, real-world coordinates. And this polygon is then used in our database to extract dimensions, extract the area, and we also use it for temporal and spatial reasoning, topics I will not deal with today, but this polygon is, let's say, a very neat, a very simple representation of the graphito dimensions in the real world. Then the management of all this data, and here it becomes a bit hard to go into detail because this would all these management tools are very specific. So, but in terms of management, I can say that we work with the Austrian Center for Digital Humanities and Cultural Heritage, and we use 3 of their frameworks, which are Open Atlas, VOCAPS, and Arche. And Open Atlas is their and now also our database framework, and it's very important to understand that this database is based on the CIDOC CRM ontology. And an ontology is something that is used in database in the database landscape to describe the world. And the CIDOC CRM was there developed in the past 2 decades to describe the world of cultural heritage. And the idea behind this is if you structure databases according to this ontology, these databases can start to be connected and talk to each other. And we think that when we create such a vast database, if other people want to talk to our database, then they can also model their database according to the CIDOC CRM, and these databases can become connected. So this is a very essential part. However, this database is, of course, not very useful if we don't agree on terminology. And we have heard a lot about this during the past 2 days. And this is also something that we have been working on for the past 2 years. For instance, when is something graffiti? What is street art? To give a very broad and simplistic discussion. So, but we use VOCAPS, which is a semantic structured according to the SCOS framework, service to host controlled vocabulary and thesauri. And we have a thesaurus developed for graffiti or mark making, and also one for our image regions. And we are heavily working on those also to publish them as soon as the project ends. And then all the data will be stored in Arche. Arche is a data repository, but it's not just any data repository. Their aim is to store data for the next 100 years. And to ensure that they can do this, they are certified by the Core Trust Seal. The Core Trust Seal is the worldwide renowned body for certifying data repositories. So Arche is a certified repository. So this is how we manage our data. And at the end of the project, all data that we will have will be available for free in Arche. This is at least the aim. Then the final part where everything should culminate and where we currently are putting a lot of effort on, because this is going slower for many reasons than we thought, because the idea was in the end that we create an online 3D platform where everybody interested in graffiti, whether it is a layman or a scholar, can go to and check what we have done, or let's say check how the Donau Canal, the graffiti there changed over the past 2 years. So not only should this have our entire 3D model and a slider so you can see how graffiti changed over time, but it should also be steered by our database. So if you say, give me all political graffiti between March and April 2022 that has blue letters in it, then the database should show you where these are and gives you also our high resolution ortho photographs of those. So you can imagine, to pull this off, we have to talk really or think very hard about how do we visualize this, also what metadata do we need, and yeah, this has taken a little bit longer. And it's also the main reason why we'd like to find funding to extend Project Indigo, because within these 2 years, we will not really have the 3D platform that we would like. Because the idea of this platform is, like I said, not only that you can digitally walk along the Donau Canal, but that it has all the metadata in place and maybe not filled out, but at least that the database supports it, so that both sociologists, ethnographers, but also anthropologists, geographers, architects can find data that is useful for their kind of research. And also, I think it's important to understand that when we are making this database, we are constantly having discussions on the ethical and the copyright aspects of these images. Now, apart from this dissemination, which is the end goal of Indigo, I will end this presentation for the last 2 minutes with just some other dissemination that we are doing, because we are a large publicly funded academic project. So we do both public and academic outreach. In terms of public outreach, we have our newsletter, which we now stopped in the past month because it became too time intensive. We have an Instagram account where we follow graffiti creators and they follow us. We were featured twice in the press, and we had 4 events, and these are non-scientific events. So these are general public events to just talk about our project. We were also featured on 2 podcasts. Maybe you know the I Love Graffiti podcast, and in general blogs as well. And in terms of scientific audience dissemination, so we have our 3 freely available software packages. We have 1 piece of hardware, and we are currently discussing whether or not we will also open source this, so make all the parts that we used, or let's say at least make a list of all the parts that we used, so people that would like to assemble it can assemble it themselves. We have so far 4 peer-reviewed and 9 proceedings articles, and 1 of them also won an award at one of these conferences. We presented our work in 17 talks, so quite a lot of numbers to stay in the framework of the conference. We had 3 posters. We had 2 symposia, so our symposium just ended 2 weeks ago, and we also had 1 last year. And since the project is called Indigo, we called the symposium Go Indigo. So let's go to Project Indigo. And also we aim to publish the proceedings. So the first proceedings are out, which were done together with Pedro and Urban Creativity. And now we are working on the second proceedings to publish the results of our second symposium. And then the last slide, anybody that wants to have more information or wants to access any of our software packages, or just get in contact with us or check our publications, you can find everything on our websites where everything is freely available. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being precise with time and very fast in your presentation of such a complex and ambitious project. I don't know if there's some questions directly to Kurt in this moment. If not, not online or presential, we move forward, and maybe some other moment after the next presentation, we can also discuss the 3. Okay, there's none. Okay, good. Again, thank you so much, and keep there so we can see if there is someone else that will have some question in the end of the next presentation. So I call Tomohiro. It's correctly. I'm saying your name correctly, Tomohiro.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello. Yep.
Hello. So Tomohiro, it's your time. Please move forward. Sorry for the delay. I think it had some impact in your hours. Sorry for being so late there, but please move forward.
Yep. Now you see my slides, right?
Yes, yes, it's working.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tomohiro Ishii, and I am a research student in Tokyo University of the Arts, and also I'm an artist. And so in this presentation, I want to talk about street culture and like why, like how it stays young, despite it's like getting mature or like being diverse. So yeah. So the street culture, like start from the hip hop with like DJ, MC, breaking, graffiti, and knowledge as a fifth element. And there's also like skateboard, parkour, BMX, and also there's activities with the name like streets in it. So like street photography, street soccer, street fashion, street food. So I think street culture is very diverse with these activities. And like in the essay and here, I would like to take hip hop as a like face of the street culture. So the reason why is hip hop is the phenomenon that takes like DJ, MC, breaking, graffiti as like audio and verbal, physical and visual expression with the knowledge as a fifth element. So that combines like these different multi-dimensional expressions. So yeah, so yeah, from this I take a hip hop as a face of street culture. So yeah, and the influence of street culture, you can see like hip hop, some part you can see it in television, movies, also like you can see in like Olympic games or games like this. So it's more easy example. Like started like from Yo MTV Raps from the television to Red Bull BC1 is like breakdance, and right along is a comedy movie with Ice Cube, and then the bottom part of is from the film John Wick Chapter 2 with Common, rapper Common in it. And then like upper part of Baby Driver, if you have seen it, you know that in the first part there's music and the graffiti, like nice visuals, and then like Getting Up is the game about graffiti writers, and then DJ Hero is like another game focusing on like music and also a DJ part. And then another part of street culture, so like parkour, BMX, skateboard is like also in the movie, like Banlieue 13 is a French film, and there's a real parkour artist in the film. And also the bottom is from the game Dying Lights, which is a zombie game, but you are parkour artist and then you survive it. And the middle Nitro Circus is it's like an entertainment show with like BMX, skateboard, and more. And then on the right side, Tony Hawk Pro Skater is like a skateboard game. So, so from these influences, we can say that street culture goes into like many different fields. So yeah, from the I want to say that street culture is not just only in the physical street, but also in a like metaphorical street. So what I want to say is that if you see from an academic, kind of traditional academic way, there's like professions or expertise. You can see in a like pink circle, it's like painting, sculpture, music, performance, printing. So these are the like main like central parts, but the street culture is somewhere in between. So like take an example of the graffiti writer, it's somewhere like little like outside of the painting, but maybe it's also between like performance or physicality. So from that, I also take a street culture can be exist in this like metaphorical way, and from that, I think street culture is like mature enough to be a culture. And then I would like to take a kabuki. It's a Japanese theatrical play as an example of like a long historical phenomenon. And then I want to compare with street art. So why kabuki is that kabuki was originally started by a female performer around 17th century, but this became popular, and then like male or female boys and girls starts to perform in the kabuki. And because most of the female performers were also a prostitute, so later government banned female performers to be in kabuki. And then after that, kabuki still exists, but it's just like male only role, and also it has a iemoto system. And the iemoto system is something like there's like a school, so you have to get into that place to that house or school, and you have to study. So you cannot be a kabuki actor like just from a street. So that was the biggest difference. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so that is kabuki. And so yeah, to comparing kabuki and street culture, so both of them were born in street. Kabuki was regulated by authority. In street culture, it wasn't much, but we can see in for example, like there's a letter, I think it's an infamous case of like FBI letter to NWA. So, and also like systematic education. You can see here is like, this is a school in Japan, which like you can learn skateboard and designing. So now I think little by little, but you can find a school or institution like teaching how to skate, or maybe like how to DJ, something like this. So looking at these two cultures, I think we can say cultural phenomenon can take like 4 steps. So first is occurrence. So it started by one or few group of people, but in this state, it has many names. So different people call with a different name, but it's actually the same thing. So it's like a graffiti writing or writing, maybe also different people call it tag or bombing. So it's, I think, something like this. And then later, so the naming states coming in. So one name become popular because of mass media or ease of calling. So in that state, most of people can have a clear image of what it is. It's like when people say graffiti, then maybe we all have kind of similar images. And then next, third is cognition and imitation. So recognized by many people. But after the naming, then I think like name starts to limit itself into the form, and also people have like image of that. So one example is like when I say like I do skate for the skateboarding, and then everyone says like, oh, you skate on the handrail. So it's something like this. Skateboard is like not just skating on the handrails, but everyone has like one image. And then 4th stage is like popularization and formalization. So it became like popular by mass media, or today it's like internet. And then starts to like formalize itself. So like in this state, like, so for the skateboarding, maybe most of the biggest skateboard competition has like similar tricks and similar skaters. But something like this. So in a way, street culture can be like kabuki, so like having school or limited by something. But at the same time, I want to say that the street culture also can be a yang. And it is because street culture is about like being in peripheral and also about alienation. So and then I took an example from hip hop, and that look at the hip hop's history. It was like you can go back to the history of slavery, which is like a great alienation as a race, and we don't experience this amount of alienation, but still like being alienated or being like feel lonely, it's still the same thing for the human psyche. So I think this like being peripheral and alienation is a part that resonates to the many people or people who are attracted to the street culture. So from this, so for the future of the street culture, in a way, on the left side, I think we can say like formalizing to certain shape, technique in a way. And then maybe we will see more school or institutions and regulations, but at the same time, younger or like fresh part is still exists, and it's like experimenting, discovering new style, different style. So it's like formalizing itself, but at the same time, the fresh part is like deconstructing itself, and it's like keeps going. And also that could be a bridge to the different medium, format, and technique. So like bottom photograph on the right side is like syntabilism. It's like a combination of synthesizer and a turntablism. So it's a combination of kind of two different fields, and then there are people who connects these parts. So that's almost done. And for the future development, I'd like to have a detailed research about like how much street culture influenced to the like public, and also research on other street culture around the world. So I talked about this a couple weeks ago, and my friends from like China and South Korea also told me that there's a street culture, something like kabuki, in also their countries, their culture. So yeah, definitely I want to more research on it, and then maybe like I need to have interviews from people in the street culture. So these are the four future developments, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tomohiro. Thank you for doing the presentation and for the interesting beginning of your study. It looks like you are in a direction, and you will find this direction. Hopefully, you will find the best interviews to make and the rest of the information you gather. And I don't know if at this point before we move to Ilaria, that will present from here in person. I don't know if is there any question for the three past presenters from online presentation, both locally or online questions. And if not, okay. Ilaria, she went, I think, to the bathroom. She's maybe coming up soon. So I will use the opportunity to ask I have like two questions, one for Bert and another for Tomohiro. The one for Bert is how do you see the distribution of time with tasks that you are now having? Because the volume of information is so big. how do you do the next steps. This is the first one. The second one is for Tomohiro. It's do you see some tension between the, let's say, market of the street and the street that's more spontaneous? And how do you evaluate this tension? And the first presentation of Angel, would you like, are you like applying these? Are you scaling these, or is this your presentation? It's something more experimental that you are still adjusting. So this is 3 questions. Maybe we can start by the order of presentations. First Angel, then Gert, and then Tomohiro. Thank you.
Yeah, these the tools that I present in this in these presentations are this presentation is, well, it's my ongoing dissertation for the master's degree. So all these tools are also in GitHub, so everybody can use them, and they are in Python. So what I present is just let's see, maybe the first part of the thesis, when I try to explain why it's important to use these computational tools in the communication studies. So this is just like the introduction, but there's a tool that is working now, and I can share it in the chat if you want to try it, and even make a smaller presentation another time if it's okay.
Yeah, you can share on the chat. I think it's good for everyone.
Okay.
And the information is recorded. Yeah.
So if you want to try, I think sometimes it's better if we can use these tools by ourselves, that somebody else explain these tools to us, because the real fun is playing with the interface and trying to make our own interpretations about the data. I really find the Indiegogo presentation really interesting, because I think there's a link between open source in our presentations. For me, open source is really the future of science, and should be the ground we all start when we try to make some research. I see how these libraries they offer to us as researchers can work in any phenomena, and it's kind of what I'm talking in my own exposition. It's how we can see tools, theories, and phenomena as objects, as concepts, as boxes that work together in exchangeable data with exchangeable data. So just to reply your answer, that tool, it's in three different libraries. 2 of them are Python and work with open source libraries too. And the third one, and visualization, use Graphology, a JavaScript library made by Matthew Giacomi, the creator of GIFI. So in these cases, I took these open source libraries and make them work in my own phenomena, and then open to sharing this contribution with open source license too. So this is working, and if anybody is interested, I just can share the libraries, and you can look at them on Google, and you can download them and try them. And I think there's where the real fun is.
Yeah, thank you. Everything you can share or want to share, please place on the chat. So now Gert, what's about management of time? And I don't know if you want to also talk about the open source project. You are muted. You are muted.
I'm sorry. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, where we are right now in the project is where I envisioned or wanted us to be, let's say 9 months ago, 10 months ago, something like this. But due to many reasons, one of them being totally new to graffiti and the other one being having the feeling that we had to do a lot of, let's say, basic research into how to structure and what kind of metadata we need. For instance, we checked all possible databases we could find to see what other people were recording and what we need to record and so forth. So we wanted to do a very thorough job, and this has put us, let's say, quite a bit back on the timeline. So in terms of what we promised, what I also promised in the project, by the end of the 2 years, be having this complete online platform, we will not have. What we have, on the other hand, is already quite some tools, quite some frameworks in place to finally start putting stuff online. So what we have talking about in the past, let's say, weeks or months, is also how data and how metadata can flow from one application to another. So one of the things that I think we are currently quite good at is, even if we upload the data in the next months to this Archia repository, and even if not all the photographs are auto-rectified or have all the metadata in place, we have a workflow in place, where as soon as we upload some of that information, it trickles down to all the different platforms, and so things can be rather quickly updated. So I took the decision, this is my decision as the project leader, to not quickly make a platform which would not be the platform that I want, just to, let's say, please the funding people and or let's say the funding body, and say, okay, let's call it a day. No, I would like to continue further with this research. So that's why I took the risk of, I hope that I will find more funding for this, and I took the risk of not putting this platform online yet, but prioritizing thoroughness over, let's say, rapidity of delivery. And so that hopefully after 2 years, we can continue working on it and putting the data and the metadata gradually on this platform. That being said, at the end of the project in September, all photographs will be online. So everything will be online, all our tools are our publications. But in terms of having a useful platform where you can query all these 100,000s of photographs and reason with space and time, this we hopefully will pull off in the next years. But for this year, I hope to secure more funding. That's more or less it. I don't know if you're saying something, Pedro, because you're muted.
I was saying, but I was muted. Just to say that the best of luck for so much, so for all the job you need to do until September. So it's really challenging, and I hope that all goes for the best. I was asking also, Tomohiro, you want to comment the tension between the, these schools with logos and the street as a, a brand, and the grassroots thing? Do you thought about that? Are you thinking on approaching that?
I'm not sure about is there a tension between these parts, but I definitely feel something is changing past couple of years. It's like there were Crink, the graffiti ink exhibition in Tokyo, and a big department store, and also it's a newer magazine. It's also talking about street and street art in Japan. So I think something is changing, and then I think art or maybe market also slowly tries to introduce works again. And also it's not tension, but it is the reason why I also wanted to write my essay, so that from the perspective of street culture, it is important to establish itself. Otherwise, art or different fields, we're talking about graffiti or something, and then it's going to be more exploitation, something like this. So yeah, from that, I think I feel it's something is changing, and also it is meaningful to try to see street culture back again and try to position where it is and like where we are right now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It's good to know you are there doing that work. So an applause for you three. Thank you for being there online. Thank you. You are not, I'm not alone. You can see there's some audience here. Okay, so Ilaria now, she will be presenting her presentation, her work. We'll share the screen, right? So let me see if I have this. Share. Yes. It's shared with sound. Yeah, it's on the microphone. I think it's this one. Let's see if it works like we made. Okay. Yeah, you share with sound. It's here. Now it's with sound. Okay. And I think you can move here. Wait. I can move in the arrows. I can remove these from here. And these from here.
Just here, right?
And you just, it's arrows.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Oops. So, hello, everybody. Thank you, Pedro. As my presentation is a little bit lengthy, I would love to just start. As you might also see, maybe one little comment, the title in your printed program is wrong. So this is here on the slide, you can see actually the right title. Today, I would like to present material from a field trip to which I was invited by the artists Colectivo FX and the Repubblica Temporanea di Catania, Sicily, in April of this year. It goes without saying that I therefore have a strong bias because I'm now highly enthusiastic about the city of Catania and both the artistic practice of the collectives. And of course, you can criticize me for that. Nevertheless, I try to embed my results in a critical framework. First, with a title, where I put the bad in this bracket to address two different categories, which especially in activist art are often mashed up. That is to say, the combination of an aesthetic and ethic judgment. So the aesthetic would be like artistic mastery, and the ethic is more about the political agenda. Second, in the title, I do to, and second or last in the conclusion, I draw to critical research that we built up or a critical discourse that we were able to build up, not least with our network here in Lisbon and some of the authors also present. So my contribution, you said, I didn't mention it, it hasn't to do nothing with numbers. So we now relax a little bit after this intense number-driven panel, so you can enjoy your trip to Sicily, to Catania with me. Catania is an ancient port city on the east coast of Sicily, famous for its proximity to Mount Etna for a long time and had little independent tourism. But this seemed to be changing now. In the past, it was mainly the starting point for the excursion to the volcano and to the airport, the arrival for tourists on their way to other destinations. I think that most of you are also aware of fact that the social history of Sicily is not an easy one due to the influence of the mafia. In addition, there is a north-south divide in Italy in terms of economic strength and structural development, mirroring the relationship between the global north and south within Europe. All the problems associated with this, such as unemployment, poverty, and corruption, are exacerbated by the dramatic migration situation in the Mediterranean Sea, and Sicily being at the forefront due to its geographical proximity to North Africa. You can see here on the slide Sicily and then the coast of North Africa, and the little green spot in the middle is the Isle of Lampedusa, where lots of migrants get when they are lucky and survive the boat trip. At the same time, Palermo, the capital of Sicily, seemed to me to be the main recipient of EU funds for revitalization and restructuring. Culturally, too, it has always been able to attract more resources, not least through the Manifesta Art Biennial in 2018. In any case, the effort of the city of Catania to gentrify clearly noticeable, as the city center is extremely well maintained and made safe for tourism. More and more international visitors are attracted by the still affordable prices for accommodation, good food, and nice bars, as well as the historical sites. However, not everywhere to the same extent as in the district of San Barillo, which is always in the headlines. And this is exactly where the street art collective Res Publica Temporanea became active in 2015, and it's marked here on the map in black. As you can see on this map, most of the historical sites are grouped in a compact area in the city center, which includes the San Barillo neighborhood. All the excitement stems from the fact that a part of this former working class neighborhood is a lawless space in a state of ruin. The houses are dilapidated with no electricity, running water, or sewage. Yet people live here. On the one hand, young migrants, some of them, not everybody, but some of them selling and using drugs. On the other side, sex workers, mostly from South America or from the transgender and queer community. For my documentation, I didn't photograph people directly. Access to this area was possible by accompanying the collective, who have made friends there since their project. Historically, we have a situation that is very familiar in the field of street art and graffiti research. An old neighborhood offers cheap housing, in this case, free or squatted dwellings, as well as open spaces for urban art and culture, which in turn favors processes of gentrification. The municipal government has repeatedly been asked to remove the so-called eyesore because of the precarious situation. So far, the neighborhood has not been demolished. Only what they do on a regular basis since really 10, 20, 30 years, that they close the doors and the windows so that the people can't enter. And then they're always broken up again. I will show this in the next slide. And the other thing what happens sometimes to show that they have something under control, the police forces once in a while enter the neighborhood in so-called blitz actions. And then they try to arrest as many people as possible, or they are very aggressive and beat someone up, and then they go away again. And every time the police enters afterwards, we have media coverage, and I just wanted to show a little part of the video. There are many on YouTube, just to give you a better impression of the neighborhood. So the people are speaking Italian, but I think you can get just the idea of that.
Noi non avete niente casa, noi non avete nessun posto dove devi andare a dormire, non abbiamo nessun posto dove devi andare a fare la doccia, devi andare a fare le cose. Ma il comune di Catania o polizia di Catania ha deciso, ok, ci sono i migranti nel San Birillo, decidiamo fare questo per loro, no, però ogni giorno si viene qua, San Birillo sono un piazza grande, spacciatore, si spaccia nella bambina minorante piccolo, invece non insiste, siamo d'accordo, qua si spaccia, però non è che come loro sto pubblicando su internet noi si spaccia, anche con tutti cosa spaccia, non è che se siamo qua, tanti se hai vedi qua 100 ragazzi, non pensavo tutti questi 100 sto spacciando, devi essere 3 o 2 o 4. Ciao ragazzi.
Il mio lavoro è il mio paesino, il mio lavoro è falegname, no? Questo mio lavoro è falegname. Per il mio problema è questo. Io voglio il mio documento, però io non ce l'ho. Because if you go to, in the Castura they tell you, you find out, resident in contract. So now, if you don't have no contract, how can I do? So now, if you don't get the house, how can I do? Who can help you? So you don't have, any family here.
Ci sono dei casi che conosciamo di persone che aspettano un documento da 2 anni. Non sei un clandestino, ma diciamo ne hai gli effetti. È molto difficile trovare un lavoro, è molto difficile che qualcuno ti affitti una casa, anche perché se non è un lavoro non puoi dimostrare un reddito, a volte neanche ce l'hai un reddito e quindi non puoi neanche pensarci a una casa.
Lo spaccio c'è a San Birillo, sì, c'è in tutta la città. No.
So in this area, the Res Publica Temporanea Collective developed its project of painted doors and windows in consultation and communication with the present community. Since they worked illegally, it can be considered real street art. Some of it has survived and is particularly, to my view, particularly attractive because of its contrast with the ruined masonry. Figures and stains are painted in a variety of styles, which are particularly suitable for the rectangular format and are reference to the Italian tradition of sacred images in public spaces. According to the collective, there were also tensions with and between the inhabitants of this part of San Birillo during the realization. In the center, the tag, the dedicatory tondo, suggests a dispute between the sex workers. On the left, there was an iconoclasm because the geisha appeared too white to one of the residents, and she wanted it that the geisha is like brown. Right? And so she destroyed the face, and then the artist restored it in a way. The adaptation of the famous portrait by Shepherd Ferry on the right, on the other hand, marks the border between the male part of the neighborhood, the territory of the young migrants, where there are no other images, and even this photo I could only take with the permission and mediation of my companion. So there is also like a gender division. On the one side, the female sex workers, on the other side, the migrants from North Africa. The intervention of the street art collective thus has, as so often, on the one hand, a spatial effect through the design of a visual network, and in this also creating a public space. And on the other hand, site-specific meanings and interaction arose from each individual intervention. What happened next seems to have been taken from a manual of gentrification. The beauty of the street art in Samberello first attracted the usual guided street art tours. Then an entrepreneur, probably the son of a city councilman, developed part of the area with bars and restaurants into the art and fun district, already marked on Google Maps. I hope, yeah, I think you can see it. It's there in the center. Even though Google Maps doesn't get every little aisle in there. Do-it-yourself street signs also lead tourists from the southern main street directly into the fully commercialized zone, while the sex workers and migrants continue their lives right behind the wall. There was also an attempt to separate the two areas with a barrier. So here what you see on the left side, they wanted to make it, you know, as in red carpet, something, you know, something like a barrier that the people, the migrants, the sex workers and their customers couldn't go into that area. But then, wait a minute, no. Which for Luca, which you can see here on the photo, brought back also bad memories of an almost physical confrontation. So at first he also didn't want to tell me about, and then he get really annoyed with me also because I was pushing and asking him and what happened. And the fact is that this entrepreneur and he really got like near to a fight because of this barrier situation. In fact, in the old town of Catania, there are these very narrow squares that offer an attractive, like, living room atmosphere with restaurants and bars, which is being discovered by more and more tourists and is gladly accepted and expanded due to the weak economic situation of Sicily. The price of this, as is well known, is the displacement and marginalization of socially weaker or unwanted groups. And the process continues. In April, during my stay, further expansion was carried out by construction. That you here see, what you see on the left is like the new entrance door to a new restaurant and bar, adjacent to this art and fun district. And at the same time, it's this narrow alley where one sex worker, Magdalena, still lives and works. So this construction was carried out by workers from Eastern Europe, and the upgrading was to lead, of course, to real estate development and speculation. Overall, the project was a stress test for the collective. They had great success with it, to the point of international media coverage. At the same time, they felt responsible for bringing street art tours to a sensitive urban space. Quote, we brought gentrification to Samberello. What remains of the project are the many good contacts with the residents of the neighborhood. So Luca, also known as Lu Prete, the still active member of the group, while others, as Beria, opened a street art project space at Stasa, or work at Lupo, the squatted cultural center downtown, not far from Samberello. They are also still involved in Librino, a social housing project on the outskirts of the city. As we can see here on the map, the settlement near the airport is located completely outside the city with poor access to public transportation. This area also has a very bad reputation and is associated with social decline and crime. However, from the perspective of the history of urban planning in Europe, we find a familiar motive: the relocation of the working class from the old buildings of the inner city to modern housing, which has often led to marginalization and ghettoization, especially in Western Europe and the United States. And we recently saw it again in France. The neighborhood, however, was designed with the best intentions, as it was supposed to represent a modern Catania. Its design and development were entrusted to the famous architect Kenzo Tange in the 1960s. However, for several reasons, the project was never completed and then abandoned. The soil was not suitable for the planned building mass, the increasing aircraft noise was disturbing, and the slopes of Mount Etna had always been the more popular residential area. But people had started to move there, but the project was never fully developed. There are two projects here that the collectives have been involved in time and time again, a spotted sports center and murals on high-rises. The sports center, which never officially opened due to construction defects, has since attracted sponsors to renovate the turf and professionalize services for the Briganti rugby team. Inside and outside, street artists are constantly intervening to beautify the building, but also because the spaces allow for very free work. The center itself is threatened by the neglect of the authorities and by attacks attributed to the mafia. It seems that they're always trying to destroy it, not only to gain territory, but also to recruit young people. On the other hand, there is the volunteer work of the residents who, with the help of donations, have been able to create a children's and youth library and offer afternoon care in addition to the educational facilities. So like, you know, sports and taking care of the children in order that they don't go to the mafia, to choose the other way. In the neighborhood, it's the collectives Repubblica Temporanea and Collettivo FX had each begun to communicate with residents through small inventions. This is another of the sports center. And this is the first smaller interventions of the collectives. At first, they reached inhabitants at first, they reacted very skeptically, asking mainly about funding, since they lack everything and did not want public money to be wasted on art. The, in my view, very accessible themes such as love or the representation of animals, which were realized freely without commission, facilitated the exchange with the residents and led to more visibility for this neglected neighborhood in the press. And you see all these images, some from Catania today. This preliminary work also made possible large-scale intervention by Blue. Again, without official permission and only in consultation with the residents of the high-rise, he executed the mural in 2016. In this sense, it is an illegal mural that he painted in 3 weeks with no funding and only the support of the collectives. As a result, he used inferior paints that have since then faded considerably. So you see here the before and after effect. The motive of Mount Etna established a rather general site-specific reference and is not necessarily the artistic quality that convinces here, but his commitment. Without official support, he worked very disciplined every day from morning to night for 3 weeks in a row. It was this or his work performance that someone would put so much effort into this forgotten settlement that inspired the inhabitants and gave art and artists since then a deep trust. So it's not about the beauty, but it's because it's a working class environment and what they respected most, what the artists working. Yeah. It was probably also the basis for another, this is an official project going on since several years, intervention, such as the decoration of the highway bridges in a large-scale participatory project involving the schools of Librino. On the one hand, this work was made with tiles, so this is what you see on the left, which is called the Porta della Bellezza, the door of beauty, and on the other hand, the photographic series with portraits of the inhabitants of the neighborhood, reminding me, of course, of JR large-scale works with photographic portrait. But here they are realized in color. It upholds for me an ambiguous aesthetic, especially in Italy, where it is common to post visuals on the street. In any case, the collectives were not invited to participate in this large-scale and fully financed campaign. And also of this, we have recent media coverage, a documentary from Italian broadcasting company RAI, where you can see, and there you find a completely other narrative. So there is this project is run by a very famous artist that invited other famous artists, and they started to work with the difficult children from Librino, and now everybody's happy. So it's very much about these children that are now via this work happy, and so it's a very appeased narrative for this official campaign. As already mentioned, there are now, the collectives, they are now working on other projects such as Lupo, the squatted urban laboratory, or have abandoned painting altogether and are implementing different formats such as discussions, exhibitions, artist talks, and the project Spain Bastaza. Their interest remains focused on urban politics and the strengthening of alternative forms of culture and communication. Then, during my stay, there was another intervention in San Marino. Both Collettivo FX, which is Simone Ferrarini, and Lucrete are now friends, as mentioned before, with sex worker Magnolia, who welcomed the idea of new images in the alley where she lives and works. At Magnolia's request, a gallery of famous Colombian men and women created the India Catalina, as well as portraits of the 99 national soccer team, whom she probably knew personally. India Catalina, you see here on the left, the figure, the female figure, is worshipped as a saint in Colombia, and at this point in Catania serves as a positive identification with a female goddess-like image. Historically, she is a similar ambivalent figure as Pocahontas in North America. She served the Spanish conquistadores as a translator and mediator to the indigenous population, and as she's also a victim of colonization and the power imbalance it created. But this side of the issue can also be interpreted in a site-specific way, because it is like what happens in this alley: exploitation through male dominance, as well as displacement and marginalization. For this, for its part, so here you can see the other image, India Catalina, and one of these famous soccer guys. Little deviation into art history. For its part, the iconography of famous men and women has a long tradition dating back to antiquity, and at the same time closely linked to the pre-modern model of history itself, which was essentially structured by the juxtaposition of biographies. This form was then applied to both sacred painting of saints and secular iconography of historical figures. The various assemblages were used to represent either bourgeois heroes or aristocratic bloodlines embodying different kinds of virtues. This is just an example I chose at random. This is their famous Amazons and Queen Semiramis. In total, they always envisioned ideal societies. In my opinion, this can be observed in a similar but simplified way in the first murals of the 1960s, where marginalized groups put famous personalities from their respective histories on the walls to gain visibility and representation at the same time, the right to their own history and identity. Among the earliest examples is the wall in Delray, California, and of course, the even more famous wall of respect in Chicago. The murals were both collaboration between activists, designers, and painters. The works consisted of various portraits of figures from African American history or in California from Mexican Revolution. In both cases, the selection of the famous men and women was a result of a discussion process. The execution took place in close collaboration with the residents of the community, where changes were always possible. For the Chicago wall, it is known, for example, that there was a debate about whether to include Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, who were considered too moderate or too radical for the civil rights movement. In addition, the images transformed the buildings into important sites for political meetings, artistic performances, or tourism. At the same time, New York City was undergoing municipal initiative to revitalize its public space, which had been affected by severe social and economic upheaval that had led to both the proliferation of anonymous skyscrapers and the decay of deindustrialized areas abandoned by the white middle class, also known as white flight. Somewhat neglected by scholars has been the initiative curated by Dorothy Friedman called Street Art and City Walls of 1968-69. The program promoted under the label of street art dance, music, theater, visual arts, television, literature, and poetry in public spaces such as churches, community centers, or storefronts. Here, the term implied a richness of creative expression that also offered opportunities for civil society participation. City Walls, on the other hand, was devoted solely to mural painting, mostly abstract geometric composition with the intention of beautifying blighted areas. Afterwards, in the mid-70s, these phenomena were summarized in various publications, first by Horst Schmidt-Brummer in 1974, and shortly thereafter by Robert Somm. The German language publication accompanied the exhibition in Berlin, Street Art, Public Mural Painting in the USA, which presented mural painting as a medium of revolution and resistance. This is also true of Robert Sommer's text, in which she defines street art as a form that is created and exhibited exclusively in public space and therefore cannot be sold, thus circumventing the logic of the market. The fact that it's exposed to the elements and vandalism gives it, according to the author, an ephemeral and fluid quality. The places most affected by this first wave of street art were poor or blighted neighborhoods, bohemian areas adjacent to college campuses, and otherwise outside residential and middle-class neighborhoods. I just want to point it out on this German publication because I think that is very often neglected. To sum up, I would argue that all the characteristic elements of this early street art, such as participation, communication, reclaiming of space and identity, ephemerality, illegality, and anti-capitalist strategies, apply as well to the artistic practice of the presented collectives. These elements seem much more important than artistic mastery, which the artist would, of course, also convey, but the examples show a naive style of painting. This is comparable, to my view, to the early murals, but remain in clear contrast to the machinery of contemporary muralism with its often hyper-realistic productions without any site-specific content. In analogy to Jean-Christophe Amand's criticism of public art in the 1980s as drop sculptures, one could speak of drop murals. According to current research, this type of street art is aesthetically and ideologically exhausted, according to Vittorio Parisi, no longer a call to action, but only passive consumption, according to Javier Abad. Or repetition, imitation, and simulation, according to Raphael Schack. And in every of this very short quotation, we find this kind of mashup, to my view, between aesthetic and ethic categories. So the one is judging more of the political side, and the other is judging the artistic mastery. But often it measures, and I think maybe we should be more clearly about that. In my view, the working practices of Res Publica Contemporanea and Colectivo FX in Catania are different in terms of interacting and communicating with the residents to help them come to terms with their housing and living situation. Their bad street art appears as an anti-style in close consultation with the residents, thus returning to the roots of the community-based art of the 1960s, in which the term first appeared. Accordingly, I would also like to leave the last word to Magnolia.
Ciao ragazzi, io mi ho permesso di chiamare a Luca perché voleva che questa strada, che rimane mia casa, conoscesse un po' della mia terra. La India Catalina è un inco della Colombia. Lei, con Pedro de Heredia, al tempi, ha ayudado al indígena a la evangelización y al progreso del nostro indi. Ci parliamo del pibe de Rama, centrocampista della Colombia, un mito, un guerrero, una persona che ha fatto la felicità del pueblo colombiano. E al fondo abbiamo Gita, il nostro uomo Scorpion, che ha lasciato tante cose belle girando il mondo. E sotto il coniglio, che io voglio bene il coniglio, amo gli animali, e a questi ragazzi che hanno venuto a fare un po' più bella questa strada. Comunque vi aspetto ragazzi. Magnolia?
E San Berillo resiste, no?
E San Berillo è forte, sono la prima che lotto per San Berillo e le sue cose belle. Sempre sarò qua per San Berillo e la sua gente.
Grazie, grazie.
Ok?
Thank you for your patience.
I don't know if someone wants to make a question or comment to the presentation at this point. Or you need time to digest.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think murals are very often related to the situation would fit under that because very often the artists use formula. For example, take an image from some old person from that area, blow it up and put it there.
Mm-hmm.
It works in every city.
Yeah.
So if something works everywhere, it works nowhere, and it's not tailor-made. The same as if you were geographically maybe combine related to the colors of the city, colors, the materials, area. It's also thing you can draw in every city. Good difference, but it's a very it's a formula.
So what's the point?
So maybe it individualizes their health. They don't know the stuff in the other stuff, so they maybe don't. For them, it's maybe better than before. With the books, the books. So I think that's something relevant. So, but maybe not for the rest of the countries.
You mean for the artistic quality?
Yeah, but it's you know one, so it's I don't think it's not so interesting to deal further.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I really.
It's me.
I liked how complicated you made this in terms of the social context. You know, the division between North and South. I think anything that you have community-based context in terms of muralism and neighborhood decoration of any kind, it is an enrichment thing. And I think that community-based process you were laying out is very important. It applies to the space between the artwork and people. I guess two questions.
Yeah.
I really love the work. I really would love to be there, seeing this. One is the mafia and whether they leave people alone to, when you're talking about prostitution, that's sold by the mafia. Talking about immigrant populations, a lot of the times, they have to pay taxes and things. So just wondering, does the mafia take any exception to these interventions, especially if, they're seen as taking as aid from their potential, kids that are going to join up. And the other point was about the
India Catalina.
Yeah. It looked to me like a picture of a transgender. And I just wanted to say about that particular image and or the person speaking, because even if me, my rudimentary Italian, I couldn't really understand.
Yeah, because she's Colombian and speaks it's like meshed Italian. Yeah.
Two things. Your beautiful presentation.
Thank you so much. So I have to admit the situation with the mafia is super complicated, and I would, if I would follow further the project or Catania, I had to further research it, because it's in a way the mafia or the Cosa Nostra in Sicily retired a little bit. It's not so open anymore because they invest in other areas also. So it's not as obvious as it was like 30, 40, 50 years ago. But they are still there and intervening. And then every city has its own mafia profile. And the city of Catania, for example, has 4 to 5 families. And then it's a little bit like your work. They have turfs, so they divide the city. And so every family has the influence on a certain part of the city. And it's documented for Librino, for this high-rise at the outskirts of the city, because there is really documented attacks from mafia-driven gangs to the sports center and stuff. And they openly sell drugs on the street and so forth. In San Barillo, apparently, I don't know, but apparently it is different. And this is also the risk there with if they get, they have to go somewhere else. I think the process now started, and I think this situation, I don't know, I give it some years, and then I think it will be completely gentrified. Which on the one hand is good, because you saw the conditions. I mean, this is Europe, and they're living there in nothing. Yeah. But on the other side, especially for the sex workers, because prostitution in Italy is illegal, it's forbidden, and then they work on the streets. And on working on the street is much more dangerous than in that situation there, where they have these little shelters in a way. So it's complicated. And the India Catalina, maybe it's because Simone painted it so queer. I think it wasn't by purpose. It is just that, of course, for Magnolia, the India Catalina is a very positive female figure, like a goddess or a saint, but as a historic figure, is, I think, highly problematic, like Pocahontas also. And yeah, but anyway, I found it really an interesting move to make this kind of figure in this remote alley of Catania.
Thank you. This year, and we moved that text the factory zone, the whole region effect. Previously studied creation of our neighborhood, our neighborhood. And I think globally the same established the way we work. I think it depends a lot on who people initiatives and what is their redirection towards the lives. Because you can basically think by cleaning and making it more experience or other media. Genuine interested in meeting the lives of people. Generally, it's the case of PCI and it depends on what kind of.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. And I think good intentions can lead to gentrification, and I think also the opposite, that I think and putting nice stuff there just to encourage gentrification, then also have good stuff. But people identify with the neighborhoods. People just think about money, just thinking about selling more. It's still so for me, it doesn't matter what the intent. I just look at the results, try to. I think
Maybe I can intervene in this interesting discussion. So my point a little bit was that the first change, really like the beautiful street art, who had this Madonnas, and so I really loved it. But that really triggered the street art tour. And I think this kind of bad street art, because they did it in a few hours. I don't know that, I don't think that the street art tour has to show these like bad images. It was a little bit that point that I try to make.
More they are behind very cheap food.
Yeah, it's real street art. It's illegal. It's not standard. It's the real thing.
Resources get the results.
Yeah, definitely. Also with the example of blue. I mean, Entre Nous, I think this is one of the worst murals by blue. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it also vision was
Yeah, I mean, the effect is that they stop painting. So part of the collective stopped painting because of that, and now does this other art space or works in a squatted cultural center to get a political agenda. So it's a little bit also the question if we just stop doing street art. Stop that shit. I don't know. It was a little bit what I wanted to hear, what you think, you guys. This and Tristan.
It's a good point. We've seen it. This example is thinking more like a conversation. Turning the conversation. If you didn't need to be Colombian set work, you wouldn't be painting a Colombian woodwork. So you make a movie that we can have conversation, but make it remain have another conversation. You know, thinking through the street to them, certainly from the one says, day, because that's easier for you can react to conversation. We have anything you just cross the street, so you there's a lot of conversations to be that shapes the street. Your conclusion of actually maybe we shouldn't do streets, but just getting into
Maybe you explain it later to me because I didn't quite understand it because it was also it wasn't so
Yeah, it's far away.
It's far away.
Should we do street art? Is it getting too difficult? Are you getting to spaces? Or is the conversation just too big? It kind of flattens out creativity. I can see that people want to give it. So, like you said, talking the cafe.
Okay. Okay.
There's another. Just I was thinking to not giving time for coffee, just.
So maybe we start.
Yeah, you can elaborate it. Or it's collective. You want to share collectively?
Now we go for a coffee.
We go for. But please, really 2 minutes. Maybe 4:45. Yeah, we will be back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very good. You triggered these more conversations about the role of.
It would even be more.
Because we're in the first conferences we had, this was pretty much the high topic. And then even that normalized. So, like,
I think it was also a little bit ago against festivals and it's completely. I mean,
it's so obvious. It's so obvious.
But a little bit more. But yeah, let's see.
I think you triggered something.
Let's see.
You would learn.
Because this is just fresh material. So,
Yeah,
it's just.
don't worry.
Everybody would have. No, I think
You can go either way.
Okay, all right, it's time. This is going to end up being a panel that is about issue 7 of trespass of New White Journal, which is called. And we're also going to have a little panel discussion on the challenges of publishing research on street art and graffiti. But first, I wanted to put this silly slide up in the spirit of it being the 10th anniversary, or actually the 10th year, the 9th anniversary of this conference. Here is us in 2015 trying to look like hardcore vandals on the subway. So I'll just leave that one there. Oh, mouse. Right, so on to the topic of this session proper. We are going to try to finish in well under an hour. We're going to aim for 40 minutes so we can get a bit back in schedule. This is our lovely new 7th issue of New Art Journal. The last 3 issues, Lockdown, Freedom and Reconnect, were very much focused on pandemic-related issues. So we were really delighted to move beyond this kind of emergency response mode of this pandemic triptych. And we are now turning our energy to a completely unrelated theme, which is trespass. Yeah, so we invited our contributors for this issue to reflect on the subversive power of trespass. So given shifting social norms and the growing acceptance of art in the streets as a legitimate form of cultural expression, in what sense, if any, is unsanctioned art still an act of trespass with the potential to make an impact on people's lives? I think Ilaria just answered that question with their presentation. Anyway, in this issue, we have 12 original articles, visual essays and interviews. One of the things that makes New Art Journal a little bit different from most academic journals is that it contains both peer-reviewed academic articles, but also to encourage different audiences to contribute and to read the thing. We have also visual essays, experimental writing, interviews and reviews and transcripts of interesting talks that only 7 people came to, but that many more people would have liked to have come to. So I'll take you through it super quick, and then we will get on with our panel discussion about publishing. We have an opening visual essay from Cut in the Fence, which is Adam Boyd and Chelsea Reagan. So what they do is they invite contributors to submit little acts of trespass, or what they call small acts of reclamation. Yeah, so they get sent to them from all around the world. They're really super evocative. It's a really lovely visual essay that just fit the theme of trespass so perfectly, we had to include it. We also have an interview with cultural critic Carlo McCormack, who has visited us here before. He first took on the trespass theme more than a decade ago in his book, Trespass, A History of Uncommissioned Urban Art. Many of you will have this on your shelves. It's kind of like the subway art of street art, if you like. And so for this issue of New Art Journal, Carlo critically revisits the theme of trespass in the light of the very many changes to this field since its publication. So, you know, in 2011, 2012, there wasn't so much by way of neo-muralism, not that much by way of street art festivals in terms of how many we have now, and certainly social media in 2009, 2010, 2011, not so much of a thing. All these things have had a huge impact on street art, so he talks a little bit about that. Laura Finchett-Maddock has written a beautiful and quite poetic visual essay about the street art and graffiti made at the sites of free parties and illegal raves. Yeah, so these are not in urban environments, as you can see from this spread. They're environments that exist somewhere between the rustic and the civic, the rural and the urban. She calls this the peri-urban, if you like. It's really beautiful, kind of the way that she brings the sonic surfaces of these former rave sites back to life, and she calls it an urban rural time capsule. So that's a lovely visual essay from Lucy. We are all missing Eric, who was in my very first slide. Eric Hannertz has contributed a lovely article entitled "The Pretty Vacant, Exploring Absence in Subcultural Graffiti." In that article, he explores our persistent affection for the vacant and unfulfilled through discussing presence and absence as interrelated forces in our cityscape that shape the production and erasure of the art that thrives and fades on the walls of our cities. So he draws on Raphael Schachter's notion of xenophobia, C-E-N-O-phobia. So for Raphael, vacant spaces evoke this kind of fear of the empty that only decoration will alleviate. So it's quite a negative affect that Raph uses. By contrast, Eric, being a more positive human, proposes the converse operation of a positive affective compulsion, which he calls xenophilia, or a love for the absent or empty. So it's got a really nice spin to it. You can kind of hear Eric's voice as he's writing. I mean, it is an academic article, but it's also very much his spoken word voice. Here is an article reviewed by somebody in this room very nicely. This is an article by Thomas Chambers on train spotting, which we might not think as being that relevant to graffiti, because we do have a certain stereotype of train spotters as being these kind of nerdy people in raincoats taking photographs of trains. But he notes that historically, the activity of train spotting in Britain has long been associated with lawlessness, trespass, and deviance. And he explores some unexpected links between train spotting and graffiti in revealing the graffiti practices that train spotters have historically engaged in. So that's a nice historical deep dive. We have an article by Damien Labasse and Sam Haggerty. They did an intervention at Glastonbury. We thought it was quite important to include something on trespass from the perspective of, groups of people for whom accusations of trespass are consequential. So for gypsy and nomadic cultures in the United Kingdom, accusations of trespassing are used to marginalize and malign quite often. They're accused of physically trespassing. So, being told they should not physically be in this place. And they're also accused of cultural trespass in that, everyone else has moved on from living like this. Your culture doesn't belong in modern society and you shouldn't be here now. So they, through this kind of intervention, draw attention to the importance of noting what an accusation of trespass can do. We also have an interview with the Dusty Rebel, or Daniel Albanese, on his forthcoming feature documentary, Out in the Streets, which is a wonderful documentary on LGBT+ street art and graffiti, the first one of its kind. And it also covers his much longer history of visual activism. And it also contains details of how to support the final touches to the film. I think somebody in the background hasn't quite muted. Okay, so we also have a nice article by Marie Hadley and colleagues on protest art on contested statues. This explores both illegal anti-racist graffiti on contested statues and legal artwork that's critical of the law's role in perpetuating colonial injustice. We have a visual essay from Kadri Lind and Serla from Sensibility in Tartu, Estonia. This documents the recent exhibition, Hello, Mr. Police Officer. It's quite a cheeky visual essay that includes a bunch of photographs taken by the police officers that tried to apprehend the artists at work in the street. And at first I thought that was a typo, and I checked with them and said, are these actually photos taken by? Because, we need to put under each photograph the copyright attribution to whoever took the photograph, and they'd put copyright police officer. And I'm like, are you sure? And apparently the police officers changed their minds about arresting them and said, sure, we'll take some photos of you. So yes, they are indeed photographs of people working illegally taken by police officers. Artist Ada Wild has contributed a visual essay on a recent work that was produced by Ollie, sitting in front of us now, for International Women's Day of this year, which references her experience of displacement, loss and trauma, having fled Iran during its war. as a child. It's quite moving work, but we don't have time to discuss that more now. This interesting group of people, led by Heidi Harkonnen, have written, like, the copyright, humans are writing some really interesting work, not just on graffiti per se, thinking of Enrico Bernardio, mute please, but this one's on what happens if you are going to make art with a non-human agent. Yeah, so it's kind of, you know, the rights of a non-human agent in the co-production of art. So they've got artistic endeavors here where they are working with trees and the wind, along with artists, to make the art, and asking what rights does the tree have. It's a very interesting read in an area that I certainly had not considered, but it is transgressive in the sense that it makes us think more broadly about who might be an artist. Right, we conclude the trespass issue with a piece that reflects on transgressive new scholarship or questions in our ongoing scholarship. In this particular piece, Maria Malala and Jonna Tolonen, who I think many of us know, discuss their experiences as researchers in the field of graffiti and street art research. And they focus in their discussion, it's kind of like an imagined interview piece, so a little bit more experimental than a standard academic article. They focus on what it is like to be active as researchers in this field as outsiders. So they're part of, I guess, a newer generation of graffiti and street art researchers who are not, and never have been, and don't intend to be, writers or artists themselves. And as such, they reflect on what they perceive to be the gatekeeping practices of more established insider scholars and other challenges they've encountered in building their credibility as researchers in these rapidly expanding fields. So we think that critical discussions such as this, whilst challenging, are kind of crucial in remaining aware of the ongoing process of paradisciplinization in the quest for academic legitimacy for researchers in graffiti and street art studies. And we're part of that process right here, in the fact that we're sitting in a university at a conference devoted to this subject area. We are disciplinizing. Okay, so that is what we have in the journal. The last thing I do have to say are the thank yous, because I'm pretty sure I can see Daniel de Jong online. He is our magnificent production editor. Also, thank you to Christian and the crew from Studio Bergini, who do the most radical design. Like, academic journals are usually really ugly design. This is visually yummy. Yeah, like why can't our research be visually appealing? It's just ridiculous. And also as well, our editor-in-chief, Martin Reed, who was here yesterday, is sadly fallen a little bit ill last night. So he was unable to come and join this panel this afternoon. This is his baby too. Okay, so there are copies of this down the front. And the other thing I'm kind of sneaking in here too, because I know we have some stencil aficionados in the room, is John Fechner's new book. Just come out from Bio Editions, again designed by Christian from Studio Bergini, and Christian did actually take a central role in encouraging John to write this. It is very beautiful. It is about the detective show exhibition that John organised in 1978 in Queens, which is certainly like a really important precursor to organised street art in public space interventions. So if you are interested in that, that is down the front.
During this recent worldwide pandemic of
and here's his voice.
devastating grief, memory, and reflection, for me, the words of John Coltrane resonate really deep. I found you got to look back at the old things and see them in a new light. The streets were always my freedom, the third place away from home or school. My first trespass was around 1958. Playing outside the apartment house where I lived. I crossed the street to the local park. I went to Sunnyside Yards, where there was a small plateau of trees in Mother Nature known as Rabbit's Island, in the middle of one of the largest railroad yards. 10 years later, with a few friends at night, we climbed over a locked, gated playground, painted the words Ichiku Park in large letters in 1968 in Jackson Heights, where my family moved in 1960. Gorman Park was just a concrete asphalt park. It was my home base for experimentation for many years. Art, sports, relationships, friendships. The detective show was a temporary community-based project. Outdoor art, artists, friends, fun for all the ages. That's the way I did it. I organized it in 1978.
Okay, so that's our virtual Fechner. We heard a lot more Fechner, obviously, yesterday in Uli's marvelous film. If you are interested, the book is there. I just did some editing of it. It's not my actual book, but John Fechner is quite awesome. So do have a look at that book too. Right. Okay, I guess it's probably time for me to invite to the stage the people who will be joining our quite brief discussion on publishing on graffiti and street art. We have Pedro joining us in a capacity other than just host. We have Jakob Kimvold joining us too. And unfortunately, as Martin is ill, I'm going to be both facilitating the discussion and being Martin, which could be a bit confusing. So, graffiti and street art studies is still a fairly new scholarly discipline. Urban creativity is now in its 10th year. New Art, the New Art Festivals had a street art symposium kind of running in parallel to it since kind of, I think, 2011, 2012, so kind of all starting at the same time. Javier's Tag and Unlock, I think the first tag was held in Berlin in 2017. And of course, Javier will be talking about his Tag Spotlight series tomorrow. So that's still going. And in an ideal world, Javier will be with us, but we acknowledge you, Javier, in the room as an important part of this discussion on publishing in graffiti and street art. So we have two main journals in the field. We of course have Pedro's journal, which is kind of part of this kind of conference. And we have this one as well, which is a little bit more hybrid and not quite as kind of academic in focus. So I'm going to skip to the questions. I wrote too long an intro, just sit back for a little minute. But we don't want to restrict this discussion to just being about academic publishing, because that's an important part of it. But there's kind of a long history of publishing in graffiti and street art that I think involves research. Yeah, but it was maybe not academic research, but I know, Jakob, that for example, your underground productions, the National Library of Sweden have requested that they be able to archive the materials used in the production of art, which ran from what, 1992 to 2011, 2012?
2012, I think, roughly
Yeah.
20 years.
Yeah. So, I mean, that strikes me as something that makes this at least data, if not research. So both of you, I think, have a history in publishing that didn't start with academic publishing. Could you maybe talk about this kind of any precursors to that, maybe starting with Jakob?
You started first.
Yeah?
I usually talk about how 14K magazine from Switzerland was the first initiator for our magazine. But I realized that actually when we started talking about this, there was also this article by Susan Stewart that was released in English in 1988. And actually was printed in Swedish in 1991, I think. And that specific article is one that I've returned to throughout the years, every now and then. And it was also an important instigator for us to start our magazine. I remember Tobias, who was the co-editor, and also Malcolm, who we saw, discussing how one day we might write these long articles with all these complex words about graffiti. We thought it was really like a funny article, and perhaps even get paid. We thought that was
that's the dream.
So I think that was, but also what we did when we started the magazine, it was, I would say, in a sense, grassroots research. We wanted to know. So the two main objectives: wanted to understand first off the cultural context that we were participating in, and also talking about context, not resistant but resilience to stereotypic images of, and communicate a more complex image of graffiti writing towards the public.
Yeah, the complexity. What about you, Pedro?
My relation with regular publications only came with the conference.
Mhm,
But then
okay.
before that, I had contact with publications, but it was on this kind of fanzine logic, you know, like this illegal copies of paper that we clipped and distributed manually. Much connected with punk culture, not so much with graffiti and street art. Although I did a bit of bridge there for some time. I did like 2 editions of a small zine.
There we go. There's a precursor.
Yeah, but I at the time in the 90s, of course, our generation is pretty influenced by these dates. And of course, the magazines were the main source of information on what was going on the other places. So it's not that went to this degree of sophistication regarding the needs for having an academic publishing. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just like flow of information, looking at different styles, what the other persons were doing in other places. And that's it. It was just like a medium for passing images. It's crazy nowadays that the medium that we needed to pass images were printed medium, not, you know.
It's the role of the zine before there was social media, I guess.
So, of course, there were moving images and there were already television and so on, but television was so mainstream, you know, so official. Of course, there were influential television programs that passed in European television, I think, that were quite influential for some different countries. And in Portugal, there were these kind of things also happening. I didn't got that personally, but people got, and it's part of this cultural influence that Susan was talking about, the American cultural influence on our European culture, right? So framing this on this influence, yes, we are kind of starters of this, but there are many interesting publications that talk about visual signs in public space that are not framed by street art and graffiti as we talked about, or sometimes we talk about, and that are really relevant, I think, in both our countries, I imagine, like made by anthropologists or visual anthropologists.
And the Venn diagram, all the things that we could draw.
But in our niche, in this thing we are working more, this is a little bit my experience, but there are much more out there that's not connected directly with street art and graffiti, but it's relevant for us and have a much longer maturity, both in academic and non-academic publishing.
That's true. We are radically interdisciplinary.
We should be.
What do you think, Jakob?
Yeah, but I also think of I think Malcolm Jacobson published in Urban Creativity Journal on like a border between, because I also think that there was, as you said, there was so little information. So even graffiti writers read the academic. So one of the first English books I read was Dick Hasselman's Getting Up. I read it with because it was so complex English. I had to read it with a dictionary next to me, and I was probably 16 or 17 years old. And then came Staffan Jakobsson, a Swedish scholar's book in '91, I think. And one of the interviews actually with Pike, was a very prominent writer in Sweden at the time. He says in the end of the interview, he gets this kind of advice. Do you have something you would like to say to the young generation? He says, read Getting Up by Craig Castleman. So it's like this kind of like, it really like quite early on learned us to read academic literature.
That's super interesting observation. Did you have a similar experience?
My contact with academic publishing was really only when I needed, like when I was doing the PhD. So I was my contact with publications were kind of more normal graffiti magazines,
Yeah.
and normal graffiti and street art
Yeah.
later,
Yeah.
and also from many other disciplinary areas, of course. And but of course, in a certain moment, I've noticed there were like these landmark publications. Like Craig Kesselman, of course, it's one of them, and but as with the conference, I didn't realize one thing I realized during the early 2000s until 2013, 14 was that there was no new art was an exception, and that is long time making the festival, and they have had this sidekick that was New Art.
The New Art Plus, yeah.
And it's it was the only structured moment of talk for the people that were thinking about graffiti in Sweden, not so only doing it.
Yeah.
And it was quite unique because many conferences occurred in many places, but they were not like a sequel. They were kind of very dispersed, and the majority of times were connected with festivals and events, and so, and they were not eminently academic. So most of the times were like the artists speaking, saying the reasons why they did. Exactly. And so I've realized that it was this space, like people like you and many others, like
These people,
these people exactly, that were like, and many others, right, that are producing content, interested in building this knowledge in this, as you said, disciplines. And I think something is under construction. And it's going on. I don't really think that fully depends on academy to exist, but I think it's a work that is needed to be done inside the academy, so it can be somehow validated.
I mean, that's the strategic use of the academy.
Yeah, for the guys then in the city council say, yes, this piece of information, this is the work of the academics that have time to do this, kind of best practices, directions, and pick up on that and put them in practice. So, and I think ideally we are building these constructs.
I love the idea of the teenage Jakob sitting there with a dictionary and an academic book because he wants to know more about graffiti. And I think perhaps, or I hope perhaps, that we still have that ethic in the ways that we're publishing. Because the other journal that I added is completely unrelated to graffiti and street art. It's on visual studies and it's run by Taylor and Francis. And it's behind a paywall, which I really struggle with ethically. So only some of the content is available to everyone. Otherwise, you need to be affiliated with an institution or have money to click through to the knowledge. So I think, is open access important in kind of keeping this area of scholarship democratic and accessible to the teenage Jakobs? That's unfair.
I'd assume that. On the other hand, I'm not. I think we were at least interested in the intellectual discussion, even, and I would say to some extent early graffiti publications were research in a wide sense of the word. But so I think, I mean, I would not have reached visual studies. It's super important with the open access and the accessibility, also with the. I think that a lot of stuff that were in the graffiti would be defined afterwards, as in retrospect, as visual essays, stuff like that. So that's.
But you, can I?
Yeah, please.
Did you, like, when you were building the magazine? Of course, I imagine that you were not like fighting for profit. So it was, and this is the basis of let's say open access, or at least good relation with with the publication. So I imagine that you didn't. It was not like
We had some fantasies and some very naive ideas that we could get some money to buy spray paint for, but we realized that quite soon that it costed more money to do the magazine than we would ever get. And most of the money got the retailers, not us who were doing the magazine. And we had almost no, we hadn't understood at that time, but that at that time, magazines were built on not selling so much the magazines to an audience, but the readers to an advertiser. We didn't have an advertisement, so still we couldn't really. So we were never. I think in 20 years, in totally at 2 times I got together like 1,200 euros completely done during those. So that was. It's not so many spray cans. Nothing else. No, we were interested in what we could find out and to dig into history, and we soon realized also it opened a lot of doors and made it possible to meet people that we were interested in. And so I'm usually telling that to my students now, that see your research projects both as something to find out things, but also to get in contact with people that you think it would be interesting to be in contact with, because you have a legitimate reason.
Yes, it's a great excuse to have conversations with people who wouldn't.
I think publication and writing, and it's like photography or mapping. We look at it as something that it's static, but it's not. It's something that it's an artifact that also affects the ecosystem, right? So when you produce a magazine, you are not only making a picture of a time, and you are producing an artifact that gives an impact.
And behind that, and I think this is Jakob's experience with that you're collecting the interview recordings and all of the photographs that didn't make it. So you have this archival material, which over 20 years, I guess, is a considerable resource for researchers. Although I heard of read a rumor somewhere that some of it's embargoed for 50 years, that it might incriminate people.
We had to embargo all the letters because they were so sensitive material, and nobody's allowed to look at the letters for 50 years. So
it's like the FBI files or something.
Yeah, well, it's still sensitive material. I mean, people wrote to us about what they have been doing, painting. So that will not. That would be horrible in so many ways that was left open, but in 50 years time, it's not a problem. But perhaps some of the young researchers is still alive and well and might look into that then, but none of us, I think.
Will be gone. Oh God, that's depressing. Any questions from the audience on that note? Or comments or experiences of publishing, or questions about getting published for those of you who are just embarking on this crazy journey? Wow, it's a hot topic. You're welcome. It's a lot of fun.
I think I can confess that there are parts that are not so fun.
Yes, definitely that's true.
Mainly because, for instance, personally, and I can speak about the challenges because we're
challenges.
One of the things I'm trying to do with the publications that started with the conference, and now there are 5 journals, but the main thing is to try to tap the rules of publication in academic like conventional academic thing. And why? Because I think it's not because of the audience that gets broader if it's indexed and this kind of stuff. It's not so much because of this. It's because it's like certification somehow. That then the other forms of society, organized society, let's say, should or can look at, and for instance, city council administrative or technician can pick up on that and say, look, this journal is certified. It has this article indexed and so on, and so we can. So this is kind of ideally in the practice. it doesn't work this way.
Yeah.
And but it's not fun because to reach this kind of credibility and indexation and so on, it's kind of hard work. Yeah.
And you've diversified the portfolio of journals that you're kind of running as this base. How? I've always been curious about the logic behind that, and now I've got you in a position where I can ask. So why journals multiplied? It started with just the one on urban creativity, and now you have a suite.
Yeah, I can confess to you all that
we're being recorded. Erase this bit.
That I felt a bit, and I'm a bit afraid that the drawers, and we close ourselves inside these self-defined concepts and very stable concepts, and then we talk to each other in a closed way. So I think it's really relevant to have other. Yeah. Although this is not a discipline in the end, because it's a phenomenon that people look from. Yeah, it's an interdiscipline.
I think an interdiscipline.
But it's a phenomenon that's looked upon from many angles.
Yes, yeah.
So,
which is a wonderful thing about it.
Exactly.
From my perspective.
But in this process, something happens that is shared.
Yes.
And this shared part is the interesting part. But if you get too close to get exactly, if you get too close in this conceptual framework, I think can be dangerous. Yeah. And all the same people answered everything. So yeah,
but I thought also this is an important, I think that's why probably many of us return here, because in our we are all from different fields, and in our respective fields we are usually the only one in our country, or at least in our institutions. So and everybody think of us as this kind of, or at least I have felt we're looking at this strange material which is not really research worthy, and then suddenly we're just here in the same spot, and we can understand each other and communicate. So this is in a sense a safe space, or we need this.
There's another publisher there.
Sure.
I'm interested. Not
okay, good.
No academic credentials at all.
Brilliant.
So I'm interested. I just wanted, I had magazines that were in the world. Do you remember that? It was like a French magazine. In 2002. And that was kind of artist making and trying to talk about making. And I started this work in juxtaposed with 18. We have the actual publishing magazines. So what's the difference between those magazines that are for opinions maybe, and these academic?
There's a sliding scale. I think Pedro's journal is more at the hardcore peer-reviewed angle. So everything in his journal is peer-reviewed and has to go through 2 independent reviewers in the field, several rounds of revision before it comes out. The New Art Journal is slightly different. I'll let you talk in a minute, because we have both a section that's peer-reviewed, like Pedro's, but also we have sections that are open to artists and curators and photographers and other kind of agents in the industry to either give us an interview or a visual essay, and we will work with them quite closely at the kind of copy editing and production stage to ensure that what they contribute is kind of up to scratch, but it's not peer reviewed per se. So in the Venn diagram of things, I think perhaps one end of what we do intersects with what you do. I think with Pedro, Pedro's produced a very strong traditional journal format, which, as you said, is very useful for people trying to get people to take this seriously or fund a project with the local government. And now you can talk, Pedro, sorry. That was me being Martin.
The fully academic, the fully academic journals are need to follow a really huge number of norms that are like internationally recognized by a group of 3 or 4 huge gatekeepers that are the biggest academic publishers around, and they make the norms, you know, altogether. It's like it's not fair. It's a monopoly.
Right. So the number of people that the articles in each issue of the journal increases the importance of the journal and the likelihood people will publish within it. So we're both kind of indexed, but I think Pedro is climbing higher faster than we are because we have academic and non-academic content, and because we're not quite as high impact, perhaps we don't attract quite as many academic submissions, but the people that do submit, they're attracted by writing perhaps differently than usual, or by having a more designed and visually compelling content, because it is quite depressing sometimes. The journal templates that you get for standard academic journals are like, being a student in the 1980s, it's designed for black and white. It's these little nasty columns, the photos are all pixelated and it's beautiful. It's just
it doesn't have anything to do with it.
It's an irony because this is very free and formal gatekeeping. You want to be gatekeepers to go through that process.
Yes, but when I started studying art history and realized that I could write about graffiti in art history, well, it wasn't too popular, but at least I felt a large freedom, because I've been writing a lot about for our magazine, but also for Swedish art magazine. And they are you have a lot of other limits in those kind of context. It has to be appeal to the ideal reader. It has to be very short usually. I have always had been one who had to cut down my texts, and suddenly I was in a context where
just keep talking.
Wow, I could write on. So there are different norms and standards that are very high. I think
it's the part that things are read, and the other part, the articles are studied. That's different. It's like you are breaking down an article of 3 pages during 1 week. And like going all citation, it's like academic work like this.
Okay, so we have a question from Susan and one from Ilaria, and then I think we might be done for time.
I just want to go back to the earlier history of graffiti publication, because it's interesting that the earliest work that was trying to be published about graffiti, I mean, certainly there's a very old history of publishing about graffiti from, I think it's 1731 is a full graffiti book about Mary Thought and Boghouse writing. But and all of that was done in a clandestine way, that they were self-publishing, but most books back then were self-published anyway, so the publishing is different. But then if you dial it up to the 20th century, it's Alan Walker Reed's classic American graffiti, which he could not publish in the United States because it had profanity in it. So we published it in Paris. But the reason I'm bringing it up is I'm curious about the sort of the United States hegemony over publication, and especially the journals. I feel like there is this kind of hegemonic role that U.S. journals play, and British journals, in sort of excluding other people. And it's ironic because the U.S. has, I think, compared to Europe, is so much more of graffiti. Like it's just incredibly responsive compared to Europe. At least that's how I interpret it, and maybe that. But I'm just curious if you all feel, you know what I mean? I understand, okay, New York, you're UK, right?
Norway based officially, but yeah. Weirdly still published in Norway officially, but kind of printed in the UK, so it's a little bit in between.
Very well about all of the United States. In journal publishing, they're only coming to now think, well, yeah, this author's from Spain, and you should give them a chance to publish in our journal. Like it's very exclusive in terms of
And monolingual. We've only had one dual language article, and it was such a pain to produce. And Daniel, if you're still there, thank you so much for all your work doing that. So Christian found a way to print the original Spanish text on one side, and I think Maria's joining the next session. Thank you, Maria, for writing that article, and the English text was going this way. So it was this really crazy design that was quite inclusive and broke that kind of mold of this monolingual, quite conservative North American, and also British as well. British journals are also evil and colonial, and do all the design and publishing in India and pay people minimum wage. So this is why it looks so dreadful most of the time, because we're not paying much at all for the production or design end. We're not paying the academics for writing stuff. It's just these big horrible companies taking our labor and selling it back to us. So I'm really glad we're outside of that evil issue.
I think there are two sides to this thing. And one side is, okay, you cope with this hegemony, you know, like, and I'm speaking English here, and this conference is in English and so on, and we cope and we try to, you know, somehow dialogue and change things from inside and this kind of things. And the other side is, no, I will fight for to speak in Portuguese or to disseminate knowledge of graffiti and street art in Portuguese for Portuguese, for Brazilians and Portuguese and all the people that speak Portuguese and so on. I think one thing doesn't need to remove the other. And for instance, we are having a challenge now with Indage. The next panel, I think, will be about this.
Yes.
And they have. I'm working with them to open a journal. The call is open. Actually, that's only in Spanish. It's for. So.
And we can now get like software that will do a live subtitling in a different language. So we could actually have Portuguese speaking sessions here with a live 85 to 90% accurate English, or the other way around. So people speaking English too fast like me, so nobody can hear me, could have 85% accuracy Portuguese live. Like there are ways that we can start to unpick and decolonize this a little.
Technology also can help on that.
Technology,
but again, there's the other face. But yeah, I don't know. Jacob.
No, so I think we'll go to Ilaria quickly, and then we're going to finish.
We did here or speak to the last years is to build an own research field. And for this, now, because we said last week, there's two. Absolutely, but there's no reason it shouldn't be a topic of we try to construct an own because it has to be interdisciplinary, it can't be another way. And this is also really sometimes very challenging. Always listen, to establish and to say yes, it's relevant, is a topic, and we bring material and we push from the street, like into the academic, like pieces of translation, because other
give them the microphones.
For a while, but it's become a canon, like. 10 years ago, officially.
Big voice because we're recording. Thank you, Tristan.
While to get to be recognized.
Yes. Yes.
In suddenly you get
Yeah.
these are kind of that we can do.
Yeah.
I can imagine it's an uphill struggle, that it's such a new.
But yet our bookshelves are overflowing. You should see Jacob's libraries, plural. We have now an accumulated body of knowledge.
But actually, when I started my PhD, so this could be interesting in this context. One of my things that I had was observing the differences between the bookshops in art museums and the actual programming in art museums.
Yeah.
That there was absolutely
almost
no street art or graffiti exhibitions, while the gift shops was full of graffiti books. So this was this kind of like
disconnect between what people actually want and what you've got to pay to go and see. I was like, the gift shop's better because they're free. I used to take Ella when she was little just to the gift shop. Oh, she's not.
Graffiti to them. Within about 6 months, I have people saying, I'm doing.
You go. See, exactly.
Wow.
So you're partly responsible for this interdiscipline then. Well, it can't be. Yes. Well, yeah. Well, that's an interesting rumor. We should check that out. It would certainly have to be not just on who is Banksy. You'd have to have an angle. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We are so short on time. Yep. Okay, super fast.
That it's not actually a field, and I don't belong anywhere. I don't belong to communication stuff. I don't belong to social media.
We belong everywhere and here and nowhere. But you bring your own specific knowledge, yeah?
But there is more areas. I think it's also important to have this kind of journal to people like that.
Thank you. I think
it's not, you know, my experience, it's
interdisciplinary, yeah. And we draw on each other's, I mean, places like this mean that we end up drawing on each other's disciplines in ways that we might not otherwise do, which is, I think methodologically, it's a really interesting group of people as well, you know, in that it's thank you, Pedro, for this opportunity, and thank you for sitting through the panel.
Let's learn more about Indai. So it'll be fast. Yeah.
Jama is gonna go first. We changed our.
So Jama, you will be presenting from there, right?
Yeah. I will present online.
Sí. In realidad, there is no need to use the mic, right?
No, this
You hear
is
me?
microphone. So when you speak 3 years from here, and the rest is for Jama to share the canvas.
Okay, you can hear me? You can hear me? Yeah.
Let me just see if we can hear Jaume. Sorry. Jaume, go.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah, hola.
Hola, hola.
Hola,
Okay.
hola.
Okay. So I can show the screen.
Yeah, show the screen.
Oh, wait
And
a
you can
minute.
come over. Or Isabel, maybe you come here. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. You are not sharing the screen still?
Yeah, I'm now.
Okay, now you are, yeah. Okay, we are good. We are having your screen and voice. So I think it's all good. You can start when you want, I think.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, to be here. Thank you especially. Thank you especially to Pedro and the team. I don't know if all the people can hear me.
Jaume,
Sí.
wait a second, because I don't know if we are hearing you.
Uli,
Hey, guys, we're gonna start.
you're gonna start? Otherwise, we'll take longer.
So I suppose that everybody can hear.
Now you can start.
Okay,
go.
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro, and again on all the team of Urban Creativity. I'm Jaime Gomez. I'm from Indage. This is a panel made for partners of the association. This is the National Association of Graffiti and Urban Art Researchers from Spain. And I'm the first to do the presentation. And we share this panel with Isabel Carrasco, Keiko Martinez, and our colleague Mafo Lopez. So my panel is about painted street symbols and a little approach to their function and typologies. So for the people that don't know my previous work, I with Andaye, we made the book Growing Up 40 Years Later with Craig Castleman. I developed some graffiti scenes books as Itinerary Through Old School Graffiti in Spain, the Blood and Madness book about subway graffiti in Barcelona, or my magazine focusing toy graffiti, strictly toys. Today we present some photographies that I made in my personal explorations. When I go out to paint, I take different photos of different stuff, and especially symbols. So at the end of one of my conclusions, there is several different typologies: spiritual, religious, and ritual signs and symbols, humorous signs, functional signs, figurative and abstract signs, geometric symbols, sexual symbols, community and group symbols. But one of the conclusions about this small study is that a symbol is usually has a community sense. So, and also we have ethnic, racial signs and political signs, of course. But I start by talking about abstract symbols. These are three different symbols that you can find all over, but this in specific sites, like park dots in a garage, or because they involve amateur practice of painting cars and painting motorbikes. So it's usually in that places that you can find kind of groups, trials, not trials, starting races for the painting. So the individuals make these kind of strange symbols, trying to paint his cars and his motorbikes sometimes. Another typology is functional symbols. I choose two goal signs. The left photography is in the north of Castellón, and this is a curious sign because it's in an outside of a church, and this is made for sure by kids, and I'm sure that they don't know the property damage that they are doing with this, and probably they don't know the penalty or the amount of money that can his parents pay for this. And the other is a inside is a kind of farm, and inside I shot this. Well, a friend of mine shot this photo in which we have a goal and a goalkeeper also. Well, the humor and is in a common thing inside the symbols. One of my favorite typologies are cryptic symbols. I said cryptic because I don't understand, and probably nobody can understand the meaning. In the left, we have a kind of Egypt eye with a C and B, and in the other side, we have a kind of Art Deco Japanese symbol, and the mix in this metal ceiling is really strange. I can't understand anything because it's not a business ceiling. It's just a metal door in the middle of the street. And the other sign is also curious because it's the entry of a Hall of Fame, of Graffiti Hall of Fame, and for sure nobody can go inside with a weird chair wheel, because if you can see the stones are very huge, and this is impossible. So this is a symbol that has no sense, but this is a humorous sign, made for sure for writers in a kind of joke. So more common are the figurative symbols in our streets, schools, 3D symbols, monsters, satanic monsters. They are really common in our streets. Also geometric symbols, geometric signs. One interesting thing about symbols are there sometimes we can paint, or we can take a look of a part of a symbol and they represent a whole symbol. This is that show that Bart Simpson head that everybody can see in the left corner, that all the people can understand that this is Bart Simpson, but in fact there are 3 strokes. 1 stroke for the head, and 2 strokes for the eyes, and two plus for the pupils, the balls of the eyes. So, but everybody recognize the symbol. This is the magic about symbols sometimes. It's the same situation with the Dracula smile monster that there is in the second position, and there are more. Nowadays, we have also a generational culture signs, as a Wi-Fi sign that we can see above, or that mood that is a happy mood that is really linked with youngsters or youngster culture. So we have also, not in Spain, I suppose in all over the world, we have community symbols. The symbol above, the green symbol that everybody can read, an ATG, it means in Basque in Basque language, Atarrabiako Gazteria. Atarrabiako Gazteria means youngsters of Atarrabia. Atarrabia is a small city near Pamplona, and the youngsters of this village decided to make his own sign to recognize him as a group in front of another groups. This is another magic thing that symbols make. Symbols always represent a group in front of another, or in front of society, whole society. So, and even symbols sometimes are really bad executed, but still having some power. This is that happens with AC/DC horrible stencil that we can see in below. That is a black AC/DC, and the lining, the yellow lining is just a stroke that is really bad executed, but everybody can recognize the AC/DC symbol. And the same happens with the Valencia football team sign, that some kid draw it with a pen, and I'm for sure that no one that don't recognize or don't belong to Valencia Club de Football fans can recognize this football shield. So more interesting are probably ethnic or racial symbols. In Spain, we have a huge Gypsy community, and sometimes they develop his own signs. It's the case of the Gypsy flag that we can see in the red corner, in the left corner. Sorry, is this a wheel, a red wheel with a blue paint and green paint that represents sky and green, and the wheel represents the movement of the gypsies around the world. Another interesting symbol of Gypsy community began in late 70s because the famous singer Camarón de la Isla decided to do a tattoo in his hand with a moon and a star. And after his death in the 90s, this tattoo became a symbol of the community. So many gypsies in his neighborhoods decide to paint this moon and stars, and this is just a cultural mix. So in also it's interesting to say that usually people understand signs when in fact they are not a sign. Is that happens in the Arabic symbol that we can see in the right hand, that I'm for sure that this is a kind of word that I can read, and I just understand that as a visual symbol, but I'm for sure that it has a meaning. So Spain is full of political signs. Catalonia freedom process developed an amazing world of signs that the supporters from Catalonia independence made these yellow ties, and the oppositors of that, the enemies of that idea, started to do these Satan symbols, adding bad face, and this is Satan bones. And we have also this neo-Nazi reaction, because as I said before, the symbols, the function is always against another symbol. Not always, but usually the way that they appear in the street is against another ideas, against another symbols. So many symbols has his own evolution as a squatter signs, anarchy signs, feminist signs. And nowadays we have a kind of mixing, hybrid symbology, and that developed from these past ideas. This is what appears in the second image, that we can see a V of Vendetta film that is linked also with squatter movement, and it means B de Veïna, that the meaning in English is be for the neighbors. So it's a symbol against tourism and against the process of destroying the cities by a huge tourism, massive tourism. So we have many symbols, that national neo-Nazi signs, or evolution of redskin signs that has a really strange meanings. So in the right hand we can see a FW and a classic helmet of redskin shark movement, and the word sin garbanzos. Sin garbanzos means without chickpeas. And this is a really fantastic meaning that probably means with unauthentic skinheads. I'm not sure for that, but this is the only meaning that has sense. It's a really fantastic political sign. So signs are really common in on the street. Heard on break heard signs, infinitum, hearts with claws, many penis, many pussies, and sometimes this kind of signs has an evolution too. This is a word that means.
Excuse me, Jaume, you are 15-16 minutes that you know, okay?
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
So we have these words out heterosexual from neighborhoods, and this kind of penis crossing a herd. As we know, signs are in the roots of graffiti culture. There are some signs made, there are many tags made only by tags, or just a kind of iconic signs in the street also. We have monograms. We have also religious symbols. They are relatively abundant, and in this case, I choose three religious signs linked with Nordic or North European or Viking spirituality. So an inverted opila, part of Bepisir sign, that this is a really strange sign in Spain, and also a kind of runa, feju, opila, an inverted feju, that is in the streets of Spain. So we have many religious, chaos arrows, taos, Leviathan signs, Christian signs, and also biblical entries. And well, what I want to see, what I would say is in a short conclusions. Well, as I said before, almost symbol is in a group symbol. Urban space, we know, is densely populated by symbols, but the vast majority of them are made not for writers, not for urban artists. They are made for common people. They usually have a strange sense of otherness. They are made by people fighting with another people ideas, or claiming strange or curious identities. They are also graphically really simple, easy to do, because they has a great economy of color. They are made usually by 2 or 3 colors maximum, and as I as we all as I all we can see, they can be ugly and badly executed, but they still have sense, because even in the case that we made apart, we can recognize him. So at the end, my focus is there is a rituality involved in the spread of these symbols. Because normally are in a way to choose opportunity tools for painting or writing, they are always identifying with strange or particular identities. They are always resignifying spaces of the dominant society for a unique collective use. And maybe in some cases, they involve the use of new shared rules or codes. There are some codes behind him. So that's all. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, thank you for being here. I know we are very tired.
Puro en silencio.
Thanks for next.
Diría que no, ¿no?
Estaria para una plaça,
está en la calle. Esto está en la calle. Que hay una foto que hay. Pues esto lo pongo yo y digo, esto estuvo en la calle tal fecha, esto sí. Esto está en la calle así. Y está la foto esa.
Okay, okay, sorry. Okay, I repeat. Tapicería Juan Luis is not a work of street art, but reflects on the use of marginal writing in the urban environment in an extremely personal way, being, after all, an exhibition project as marginal as the story itself that is told, which is ultimately the story of invisible people. A story that can generate debates and reflection on many levels, and that has gained importance in the successive visits by the public to the upholstery, which has reopened 25 years later to dialogue again with people who wouldn't have entered there in any other way. In this image, Juan Luis told me to write on his door, "Until I die," hasta morir. Thank you.
I need to find my presentation. We are sorry, I'm gonna try to keep it as short as possible without thinking.
And here. What's the present? I know. Wait. Here?
Yeah.
It's this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Comportamiento. Tá, acho eu, tá com o som.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes, everyone at home as well. So I am going to present another case of outsider graffiti, and mine is also delicate and problematic because, well, the writing on the walls that we're going to see today can be interpreted both as a symptom, traveling testimony of the author's mental state, and also as a visual exercise of creativity. And for people like me, and I guess for many of you in this room, when you find something like this, it's almost like an invitation to start researching and to find out all the W's, like who, when, why. So for me, this is a work in progress. It's something that I'm immersed right now. I have a lot of questions and maybe most of them have no answer. Okay, so where is this? It's in the south of the Algarve of Portugal, in the interior of the Algarve region, and particularly in the Convento Nossa Senhora do Desterro. And I'm gonna pronounce some things in Portuguese. Okay, so sorry. Sorry about my pronunciation. And it's an isolated ruin in the top of a hill. Okay. No, it's not. Al Raton? Sorry. Okay. So this is a video by Ivan Panagopoulos, an urban explorer who visited the convent in April 2018. And he was very generous with me. He shared all his materials that I was able to compare to mine, and that helped me establish a chronology. This is a very short part of the convent, but I think it can give you an idea of how it looks inside. So today, most of the convent is public property, but there was a portion that ended in private hands by the end of the 19th century. And despite the lack of any sanitary facilities, the convent has been inhabited by different families since the 1970s. Today, there are still two brothers around. They are in their 50s, more or less, and they are Vidau and Antonio. The situation is weird, to say the least, because it is a public place of historic interest where tourists are recommended to go, but at the same time is the home of people who are entitled to live there. And for the last years, the City Hall has been acquiring like more and more fragments of those formerly private sections. And of course, they have a plan to erect, to restore it and to have a hotel and a cultural space. And therefore, that is putting a lot of pressure on the two brothers who, of course, don't want to leave the convent because it's their place. And all these hostile writings and sketches are on the external facades of the convent. And they have been there for at least 20 years, I think. And they represent the dwellers' attempt to keep visitors away. So the convent is full of graffiti with different mediums, made in different moments, by different hands, and with different purposes. But I came up with this classification. So there are words on facades to keep visitors away. We already saw those. The year 1631, which is the year of the foundation of the convent, is also written everywhere. There are many other marks, like prison marks, other dates, more words, but they are not systematic, and some of them are unreadable. And then I'm going to focus, for a question of time, on the last three sections, 4, 5, and 6. This group has a kind of internal cohesion around the topic of affection, religion, and justice. Okay, so it's like a more systematic group, so to say. And these ones that we're going to see are in the interior parts of the convent, but in the public sections. They started in the cells that the two brothers used as their bedrooms, but then they start conquering the rest of the spaces that are more, when I say public, is that if you go there as a tourist, that's the area that they allow you to see and walk around. Where I am. Okay, so this is the fourth type of graffiti that I'm showing, which is the first for us. And these consist of combination of isolated words, such as Jo, which is the name of a person, Mai, which means mother, Divo, which means the divine or God, Da, which is the third person of the verb to give, and then more elaborated expressions such as Dame a mão, give me your hand, or Mãe Sagrada Respeitada, like Sacred Mother respected, and then some words in between. Well, here I think you can see other marks. I don't know if you can see E-N-E. That is the other type of marks that I'm not covering today. So this is my, cross, heart, God, or the divine, cross, heart, a hand, which is also repeated. Sacred Mother, give me your hand. Most of them are made with charcoal. Some of them are in very, very high parts of the convent, like on the top of arches. When I was there, I was wondering how someone would be able to access those areas, even with a very high ladder, are difficult. And some of them have this kind of blood, indicating periodical renewal. As you can see, someone was like erasing and then writing again. And as you can see, there is a kind of internal consistency and congruence. Some words are almost always written in capital letters, others are always in lowercase, and the sequence is usually repeated, you know? So it's like a magic formula, or it follows a certain kind of logic for the author. This one is a little bit more elaborated. The next type of graffiti is more or less the same kind of symbols, but they are engraved in small rocks outside around the convent. So something striking is how hard those rocks are. I think they are granite or something similar, and how tiny and discreet the reliefs look in the middle of the forest. They almost go unnoticed. And the technique is completely different. As you can imagine, this requires a lot of hard work, repetitive movements, and this takes us to another dimension. It's more like petroglyphs or environmental art. So this is another type. This is the main nave, of what was formerly the main nave of the convent, and it's one of the most spectacular areas with the highest concentration of graffiti. And this part has changed a lot over the years, starting in 2018. Here you can see a comparison. So March 2018, there was almost nothing. A year later, there is a kind of altar project being erected with a cross and some flowers. And then by mid-2018 and 2020, all this ornamentation, you know, and decoration exploded. And this is 2021. When I visited the place, as you can see, the altar project had been abandoned, but the graffiti stayed. And as far as I know, it continued, and it continues today. As you can see, this is the altar. As you can see, we have the same kind of words repeated, like Mother, give me your hand, Joe, Secret Mother, etc. But we have also a new type of graffiti that takes us to the last one, which is that one that says Justice Pig Martyrs, okay, and then an obsession with the date 2018. And it was in 2019, precisely when this graphic drive began, and it reached the peak in the spring of 2019, and then throughout 2020. And that period corresponds to 3 external events that are likely to have triggered one of the two brothers' creativity and mental condition. One is that their mother, whose name is Solange, we're gonna see her name written later, passed away in the first half of the 2018. Another one is that Monchique suffered one of the longest and more destructive fires in August 2018. That was a kind of collective trauma for the town. Many people lost their houses, and the flames were very close to the convent. In fact, most people, according to the pieces of news that I was reading, thought that the convent had been destructed overnight because of the fire, but apparently the two brothers were fighting against the flames and saved the convent. This is how the newspapers put it. And then, of course, we had the COVID 2019 pandemic that kept people inside their houses and left those who already lived isolated, even more lonely. We know also that one of the two brothers, Antonio, seems to have mental issues. He spent some time in a psychiatric facility, and maybe all these mentioned events made all the situation and his symptoms worse. So these, as I said, take us to the last type of graffiti, which consists of long texts with bitter messages that denounce a real or imaginary situation of injustice. Most of these texts are written on pieces of cardboard. You can see here 2 of them, and they're following very careful compositions. Some of them are like divided with ruler lines to keep writing straight, or there are internal divisions, as we will see later, to trying to take advantage of the whole space and covering in a kind of horror vacui system. So here, the first one on the top says, Justice Damned 2018 Escape Mother. Second one, 2018, Justice Will Kill the Mother of the Divine After It Will Escape to Monchique, the Divine Saved Me from Death by Justice. If anyone have other interpretations, we can talk over dinner. As you can see, this one is divided. It says 2018, Justice Killed Solange. This is the name of the mother. Escaped to Monchique, Truth, 2018, Justice, Unclear, Kill the Divine, Sacred Mother, Loved Forever, Unclear, Monchique, Justice, Pigs, Martyrs, Their Evidences, Sacred Word. And the last 2 examples, Solange, now very sick, damned Justice. And this one, because it has a mirror, it's particularly disturbing. Look at You, 2018, Justice Administration, Killers, Pigs, 2018, Damned Justice is Trash. Well, so this graffiti seems to have been done by the same hands. It has to be one of the 2 brothers. And the text analysis reveals some peculiarities. I mentioned some of them already, but as you can see, for example, the letters J and V are drawn in the same way. The letter E and L are also written in the same way. There is a lot of non-normative spelling. Maybe these people are almost illiterate. There are very elaborated initials for the M for mother and the S for sacred. There is a preference for vertical layouts, as we saw, you know, like heart, etc. A lot of hieroglyphs or kind of pictogrammic combination of symbols and words. And what in psychology is called a word salad, which is a juxtaposition of words without grammatical nexus, without punctuation, and with a lot of with no references to logic, the way we think of it. Okay, and I'm finishing. Well, so in the graffiti field, we have very known cases of this kind of graphomania, this pathological impulse to write, such as Arthur Stace, the Plumber King, and many others that we know. But because this convent is public space, but it is also the place where these individuals live, and they live in their own world and socially, mentally, and physically isolated from the outside one, it was also very useful for this study to compare these writings to prison graffiti, as our colleague Fernando Figueroa approached the study of this type of graffiti, as well as to other cases of people with mental issues who wrote on the spaces where they lived. A couple of examples here, like Nanetti, who covered the yard of his psychiatric hospital with carved sentences, or Janot, who carved his house floor. I don't know if you're familiar to these cases. So in most cases, most of these cases that we saw, including Juan Luis, there is a strong need to express themselves, in contrast with the lack of a clear recipient, right? Because one of the questions that I still have is, who are these messages in the convent addressed to? Okay, and it is interesting to see that many of these people share a lot of biographical details, life conditions, they live in poverty, they use very modest materials. They share a lot of obsessions, like the mother, the obsessions about religion, about justice, and how they use writing and writing outside of paper as a surface. And they prefer to use writing on hard materials, on vertical surfaces, larger scale public spaces, etc. as a way to organize their thoughts, to customize their space, the space where they live, and in general to cope with life. And I'm gonna finish here to leave space to someone else. So I hope you understood me because I tried to go as fast as possible. Okay, thank you for those who are online. Thank you for your patience. Oh, and wait.
We have one last communication, certo? Correct? It's from Mafu.
Yeah.
Mafu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Please, if you can play on the video first.
Okay, so she's asking that we project the video first. So the video, we save it.
This one?
It was called this one.
We will pass the video only here, okay, Mafu?
Excuse me, I didn't hear it.
We will pass the video only here. We will not share. Otherwise, we'll get bad quality, okay?
No, it's okay. I'm sorry, it's in Spanish. No funds for translation. Sorry.
Okay, but it's 4 minutes. Okay, I will play.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Are you there, Mafo?
Okay, I'm going to start sharing my
Okay.
screen.
Please have in mind that you are the last speaker. Everyone is very already, but thank you for being from there, making your presentation.
Thank you. Now, you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Now?
Now, yes.
No. Yes? Okay, I'm going to start. I'm Maria Fernanda, I'm from Ecuador, South America. And this, what you have seen, this is called chapeteo, and this is a particular type of writing. Chapeteo is a type of writing developed in the city of Guayaquil, Ecuador. Chronologically, it is located at the beginning of the 80s, although several of its representatives states that it was scratched much early in the late 60s and early 70s. Gobernantes del Norte, SNOP 10, identifies groups such as Chemis, Mano Roja. Regarding this statement, we have not located photographic vestiges. Sorry about the photos, because these are very, very old photos and photos for the personal archives. So please forgive. Also, I'm going to stop this. Yeah. This kind of calligraphy made by various groups, bands, gangs, or what is currently known as crew. In here we call it pandillas. It has a deep and complex history. It could be said that it is a derivation of Durero's alphabet, as Letra 70 mentions, or an innovation to the Gringo letters. Not the Chicago style, but that someone says that the Ratas Council ruling brought from Chicago at the beginnings of the 80s, according to what Baxter 42 recounts from the contrast. The first groups that made this in Guayaquil, Ecuador, were the Coquis and the Contras. And then they developed more best style passing the years. What is undeniable is the originality developed in the group of alphabets that characteristic elongated Gothic style found only in the streets of the first port of Ecuador, Guayaquil. The chapeteo or chapetear, it is a type of writing developed only in this city. It is located in the 80s. Apart from its beginnings, these forms are preserved until today, made by various groups, bands, gangs, or pandillas. Finding referential data about its beginnings and its main exponents is matter of not one, but several research and writing works, given the diversity of groups and cells that preserve and modify vowels and consonants through the city of Buenos Aires, notebook sheets, carpets, surfaces, various formats. They were passed from generation to generation. The typography changed with each contribution of style, personal and collective experiences. The circulation of alphabets modified and worked by members of the hundred of groups were on the essence of the chapeteo. We're talking about a calligraphic legacy that spread through the entire geography of the city, starting the youngest between 9, 10, 11, or 12 years old and up. Are you hearing me? Everything is okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Not the perfect way, but we can hear you.
Oh, sorry, but you can see all the images about chapeteo?
The images we can see. The images
are okay?
Oh, okay? Yeah, the images are okay.
Yeah.
You can. You can put widescreen if possible.
I think this photo is very important because he is Snob 10 of the Gobernantes del Norte. He is still alive and he is a military now. He was part of a gang in his earliest years when he was young. Now he is a military and he's still doing chapeteo. So I'm going to let this photo till I finish my presentation. In initial conversations with Baxter 42 of the Contras, a reference of one of the most respected exponents of this culture, he told us about Julia 42 and Yoli 42, also members of the Contras de Huelgueros. These kinds of calligraphy are not only made by men, also by women. El chapeteo is fraternity, life stories, and friendship. It's kind of loyalty and things about affective way. Despite all this legacy, it is almost inadmissible that in the midst of countless textbooks, reports, and approaches to the gang phenomenon in the city of Guayaquil, the study of this communication system has been omitted. This is a very important part of my investigation because here in Ecuador, no one has studied this phenomenon. And I think that some of researchers prefer to avoid to talk about chapeteo because this kind of writing has to deal with las pandillas and a very violent time in my country. Because also we can see this kind of writing as a marginal phenomenon and also talk about migration and also talking about the loss of our money, our identity. So this is a rare phenomenon that is very, very few investigated in my country. The splash represents the graphic resonance of the city's history itself. It is a theme that transcends the calligraphic aspect. Police repression, migration, violence, territorial marking, and confrontation are some of the guidelines for its development and dissemination. What matters to us here is the historical legacy and urban memory that comes with shaping walls in a city characterized by prohibition and censorship. Anthropologists, sociologists, communicators, and journalists, they have omitted the serious analysis about the chapeteo, or failing that attempt that has been made to speak only of the graffiti phenomenon, since in terms of style and context, chapeteo and graffiti are spell is typical of the street, but they obey different logistics. This is not a kind of graffiti. Chapeteo is not graffiti. Chapeteo is chapeteo. Is what it is, not graffiti. It's not a type of graffiti. That is very clear from their authors and also for the gangs. In this instrument, we share interview with various protagonists of 3 generations in order to build a common story. And our readers about the exhaustive study of chapeteo also know as the unique Guayaca gang lyrics. We initially spoke with Letra 70 from Guayaquil. It was the time of Asad Bucaram. Asad Bucaram was the mayor of Guayaquil, and he was very, very violent. Sanitary landfills began in the city. At that time, people filled the estuary with garbage, then the rubble arrived. This is how this first-person testimony begins, which tells us about Guayaquil under construction. The Guayaquil of the old guard, a territory that made it wide through the formation of irregular groups, the influence of the nascent media, and the first waves of migration. In those times, the influence in the part of music, it was the hit of merengue house. That was the music that they used to dance and they used to sing. Not rap, not hip hop, merengue house and techno merengue from Panama and from Puerto Rico. There were those from the Orellana, Garay, Las Peñas, Chemis, and sectors among. We all began to meet first for defense of the territory. Letra 70 tell us with a slow but firm voice, but by the bus line that they took him to go home, that was the number. Remember, in the graffiti way, they have the number of the house that they live. In this case, the number is about the bus that they took to go home. Eletra insisted on the gringo music and the merengue, which arrived in organized dances in the times when every band has 3 fronts. The one was given in the whistles and punches, and the one that dance, and the other was right in the middle of the fights. In the gangs, they have like three, especially people. One, also they dance a lot. They made first dance battles, and then they start to do the chapeteo on the walls. Also, they have a lot of fights. A lot of members of these gangs now are dead. They are not more live anymore, and they have a lot of they went also to prison. Some went to jail, and also they are migrants. Now they are in the States, they are in Europe. Some of them are in Europe, and some of them are also in United States. They recognize themselves advanced. They also had influence from Bruce Lee movies. They were the rebel people, messengers of death, Smurfs in the South, leather, yes. Those were times of ideological and geographical resistance. He starts in the suburbs, was filled with groups. The most violent times began. In the Bay, you could buy weapons, cartridge, belts, munition, and everything was very violent. We also made weapons from PVC pipes. Many lost their lives. Of the romantic beginnings of the bands of the traditional neighborhoods of the Guayaquil, they became very violent and everybody was having a gun. It was the year of 87, and we were going through one of the hardest times in the story in the presidents we have, León Febres Cordero. León Febres Cordero was a very violent president in our country. The gang was mixed with irregular groups and the political resistance of cells of the Faro Vive Carajo representative. This is a very, very special topic in the investigation that we can confirm that this kind of writing was used by the non-military, but some groups that they call guerrilleros. Thus, a kind of the diaspora of gang members was produced who felt the other provinces to avoid being eliminated. And with the dispersion of the groups, the alphabet spread. This is very curious. And even though they spread and they were migrants, but the chapeteo developed only in Guayaquil. What? Please, cat, silence. My cat wants to speak. Parallel to what Letra 70 described in the Esteros area to the south of the city, the Contras were born at the beginning of the 80s. One of the most representative groups, Contras, is written in blood and pronounced with love, mentions Baxter 42. This is a very interesting data about chapeteo. The first chapeteo was made with the blood of the enemies. Once again,
Mafo.
See.
You are like 2-3 minutes. Can you do it?
Yes, for sure. I'm finished now.
No,
I can do
it. Was
it.
not. Yeah, just the conclusions.
Yeah, we can conclude by indicating that the chapeteo is a type of calligraphy that develops in the city of Guayaquil, influenced by the stylistic contribution of representatives of various groups. We cannot speak of a single founding nucleus or a single precursor. We are left with the slogan of being in front of a writing that was modified and grew together with the city and its multiple problems. Chapeteo is the son of the 80s, of the bands, of the 90s, of the gangs, and later in the 2000 of the crews. The chapeteo starts the graffiti indirectly. As long as there are vowels and consonants passing from hand to hand, and new letters appear in the neighborhoods, the chapeteo will never die. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a. I don't know if someone wants to get the opportunity to make some question about this kind of work of Mafo. I think because everyone is very tired now. It's in the end of this session. It's now, if you were here, you would come with us to the dinner. But next time, maybe. Thank you for sharing this your research on chapeteo. The last time you had been here, you already talked about it, but now I think you are really deep on the subject. At the same time, be careful, because from what I've heard, it's kind of a dangerous area to be. Right?
I cannot hear it, so the communication is not so well.
Yeah, it's far away. So, but thank you so much, Mafo.
Do anybody
Yes.
has any question or something?
People are saying that they wish you were here, specifically Susan.
Please bring
Okay.
me next year.
Bye. Yeah, Susan is saying that the article, it's on journal, Nuart Journal, that's here for people to see, to read. Okay, both in
And
English and in
I
Spanish.
have one more. I have a new article, but it's in Spanish and now it's.
Yeah, that's it.
Here.
That's the one. That's the one. Great.
No, the one is the other one. This is from New York Journal.
This is
The other one
that's,
is from another. The other one is from Ultra Vandal Pro.
that's, thank you so much, Mafo.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here. We are going to move on. We are going to the dinner now at 8. We have the dinner, and tomorrow, don't forget the venue, it's another one. It's in another place. Don't come to the faculty. She's here waiting for you. And you here. You can talk to her.
How you doing?
Hi.
Super here.
I can
He's
the
made you on mute.
communication, I cannot.
Oh, it's fucking terrible. You have to come in person next time. I don't even know where to look. Where are you? We miss you.
Miss you too. Please send the invitation more early because I have to make my visa and have my papers and everything is it's hard for us to go there. Be more
fucking
empathic.
visas. Well, you have a conference in Ecuador and we will all come. Yeah, we'll come to you.
Okay.
All right, Madonna, we gotta go to dinner now. We miss you.
Okay, miss you too. Bye.
Okay, that's good.